Moon Oath, Revenge of the Blood Pack, Book 3. Written by Lacey Carter Anderson. Narrated by Vin. Chapter 1. Asha. A good shower cleanses the mind as well as the body. One settles into a meditative state that holds the magical power to break destructive loops. At least that's how it works for me. And right now, that's exactly what I need. The stream of water draws my thoughts out from the corners in which they've stubbornly lodged themselves. It's as if the heat and steam soften my brain, providing a chance to reshape itself, even if only a little. I'm in another shitty motel bathroom, but the continuous stream massaging my neck and shoulders does its job almost as well as it would at a 5-star resort. The knots begin to loosen. Anger melts into resolve. Fear sublimates into focus. Needling doubts drown in the static of cascading water. A small measure of tension eases from my body, and I start to relax. With the relaxation comes clarity. In the background of my thoughts, I feel the hum of magic ever present within me. Why haven't I succumbed to that dark magic? I think of my pack members who became rabid after the experiments conducted by the blood mages. Could Orson's theory be correct? Might I spare myself their terrible fate by only using my magic for good? Every passing day, it gets easier to quell the voice inside telling me to lash out. I think I might be mastering my magic. Maybe. But I fear I'll have to use it for violence soon. My brother Simon is lost, and I can't let him continue his murderous rampage. Things have changed as I've realized who he's become. I regret not killing him the first time I came across him when he'd encased an entire town with his black magic, using his magic to feast on the innocent people. But back then, I thought he could still be saved. Until he killed, and killed again. Until I realized there was nothing I could do to pull him back from the edge. The boy I loved, my best friend, my family is gone. I can't keep allowing others to die to protect the ghost of my brother. So I'll have to kill him. One more use of dark magic for ill, then no more. It's not worth the cost to my soul. Maybe I won't even need it then, if I'm capable of putting Simon down without relying on the Blood Mage's terrible gift. The more I think about killing my brother, the more at ease I am with it. Because the truth of the matter is he's already dead. What's left of him is trapped within a pitch-like mass of hate, gradually eroding his mind, making space for its wicked designs. I won't be killing Simon. I'll be setting him free. I'm at peace with that now. A deep breath of steam reawakens me. Water beads on my flesh, streams in rivulets along my naked body. I've become so comfortable in my skin since taking up with the boys. They've allowed me to forgive myself and accept pleasure again. Something I never imagined I'd be able to do. A smile touches my lips as I think about them. Max Blackwell, the stoic, whose steely facade belies a caring heart. His brother, Braxton, with a rugged exterior shielding his deep well of passion. Twins cut from the same cloth, their tangled emotions unknotted by my delicate touch. And then there's Orson. Boyish and buoyant, yet also thoughtful and smart, whose wits are matched by sexual prowess. Together, my 3 men have given me something I thought I'd never feel again, a sense of belonging. They quiet the storm that rages inside me, and maybe I quiet the storm within them, too. If refraining from the use of magic for dark purposes keeps me from becoming a monster like my packmates, then Max, Braxton, and Orson can take the credit for my restraint. Without them, I would have given into the shadows a long time ago. Without them, I'd have forgotten there was anything in life outside of my own guilt. A light rapping on the bathroom door distracts me from my reverie. Yep, I call out. The door creaks open and a presence enters. Eddies of steam curl away from the brawny figure whose silhouette I instantly recognize as Braxton. He's wearing a gray t-shirt and jeans, both of which hug the hard muscles of his body in a way that's almost sinful. He passes through the cloud of steam to open the shower door.
The intimate scene has been removed to comply with YouTube standards. You may find the complete audiobook at many other places for free.
His eyes find mine, and I get the feeling he wants to say 1,000 things, but instead he kisses me so hard I'm left panting and turns off the water. With all the care in the world, he wraps me in a towel and helps me out of the shower. When we emerge from the bathroom wrapped in towels, I spot Max and Orson sitting on the edge of one of the beds, and they greet us with knowing grins. "Why is it I think you only got dirtier in that shower?" says Orson. I still feel like a live wire as I stare at Orson. He's shirtless, looking like some kind of surfer as he sits on the bed with his long blonde hair, easy smile, and muscular frame. Knowing that he's a literal genius only adds to my attraction to him, which is kind of crazy. Wasn't I just properly satisfied? "How was it?" asks Max. He's in his playful mood. He normally is when he's in his pajamas, out of his clean-cut suits. Pajama Max is laid back. He isn't an enforcer. He's just a sexy, dark-haired man who treasures control in a way that's almost erotic. One day, when life slows down, I'm going to test just how much I can push him in bed, and I have a feeling I'm going to enjoy that day.
The intimate scene has been removed to comply with YouTube standards. You may find the complete audiobook at many other places for free.
When we've exhausted ourselves, Max and Orson lay me between them, forming a cocoon around me, while Braxton lays spread out on the other bed. His golden retriever, Trouble, sleeping near his feet. Feeling happy and safe, I drift off to sleep, thoughts of tomorrow occupying my mind until they bound out of reach. Chapter 2. Asha. Trees stream past my window, their foliage a verdant blur off the shoulder of the country road. Each night we settle down at another crap shack that transforms for a few hours into our love nest. Each morning we pack up our bliss and continue the hunt. It's almost like living two separate lives. The more hours I spend riding shotgun while Max transports us to the next site, the hazier the previous night becomes, until I lose it entirely to the mission. I need to finish this. I can't keep living astride the line dividing vengeful Asha from loving Asha. I must put the former to bed so the latter may thrive. Still, so many things haunt me. Like the image of Rich. The man had survived the attack on my people and had spent years alone, rebuilding the town, only for my brother to come back and kill him. Brutally. He left a note pinned through him with a knife, telling us about the party he would be attending at North Rapids compound. There, my brother intends to kill the last of the blood mages, and probably any other innocents who get in his way. Another event that might haunt me. My brother is twisted now. Even if I might be responsible for what happened to him, for thinking I was applying to a college and bringing our enemies down on us, and for leaving him during the attack, I can't suffer forever for those mistakes. Nor can I allow him to keep suffering just because of my guilt. "New information," Max says beside me. I startle, glancing away from the window to see Max putting his phone down. Apparently, Max had ended a call I wasn't even aware he was having because he's so conscious and focused when he's in mission mode. Every time it goes the same way. He picks up a call, listens, says a word or two, and then we're informed of some new key piece of information on our search for my brother. This time, he hadn't even said a word. But then I guess we actually know where Simon is heading this time, so things are a little different. Enforcers are a pile of fun. "What did they say?" Orson asks from the back seat. Probably nothing useful, Braxton mutters from near him. Max casts me a glance, almost as if he's hoping I'll shut them up. I shrug. I'm with Braxton. He shakes his head, but doesn't crack a smile. Not when he's in enforcer mode. Enforcers have secured a place for us to stay in Royal Creek, where the North Rapids compound is located. Over the coming days, they plan to trickle a small force into the region, but for now they're told to hang back until we learn more about this party. Max glances in the rear view and meets Orson's reflected gaze. Check the magic signature map and tell me Simon's last known whereabouts. We need to keep a closer eye on him. Sure thing, says Orson, shifting Trouble's head off his lap. The golden retriever rises and pads in a circle on the back seat before resettling beside Braxton. Orson retrieves his laptop from its bag and opens it on his thighs. Nimble fingers dance over the keyboard, and in seconds he's accessed the signature map. There's a splotch of activity in a city up ahead, he reports. Max turns to me. Seems to confirm your brother's message. Our trajectory is pointing in the direction of the North Rapids area. In the back seat, Braxton leans closer to Orson's computer screen to peek at the map. We should probably stop there, he says. Investigate his use of magic. Like we've seen, the bigger the magical signature he leaves, the more shit he's done in that location. A reasonable idea. Orson agrees, tossing his long blonde hair a little as he smiles at Braxton. Any opportunity to better understand the mind of the enemy, says Braxton, stretching a tattooed arm along the back seat. I never really thought much of tattoos in the past, but now I'm definitely in the camp of them being sexy. Maybe it's just because anything would look good on Braxton. Or maybe because I've licked those tattoos a few times. Who knows? I agree, says Max, drawing me back from my thoughts, and the tone of his words shows that he's the definitive opinion on the matter. He reaches over the center console and takes my hand in his. My wolf rouses. I can feel her tail sweeping back and forth with excitement at his tenderness. Max is an affectionate man, but not when he's in enforcer mode. Not unless he thinks I need his attention. How are you doing with all this? He asks me. How am I doing with all of this? Love and lust are two emotions I never thought I'd feel again. Or at least like this. They definitely beat out the guilt, fear, and anger that have surrounded me since the day my village was attacked. But how am I really? The truth? So much better than before. So much better that I don't want to think about my brother, or my pack, or before, because I'm scared that remembering the darkness will pull me back into it. Scared that the darkness is always just in the back of my mind, waiting to be noticed and spring back to life once more. But I don't say those words aloud. Saying them aloud would make them feel too real, so I decide to focus on what he's really talking about. My brother. What I have to do. And if I can do it. I rub my thumb over his and sigh. Though Max asked the question, I'm aware of the back seat's interest in my answer, subtly leaning in. Even Trouble perks his ears up, intuiting that something important is about to be said. Much better than before, I admit. It's been a difficult journey, but I think I've finally arrived to a healthy place. I scoff. Which feels counterintuitive when talking about the murder of my own brother, but I guess the point is I don't see it that way anymore. When that thing dies, it'll set Simon free. He's no more than a puppet at this point, totally controlled by the malevolent force. I take a deep breath and release it. As the air streams through my lips, I feel a weight lift. It's like a burden's been taken off my shoulders. I had to come to grips with the loss of my brother in order to accept the necessity of his destruction. Max gives my hand a squeeze, and he flashes me a loving smile. Sympathy gleams in his eyes. We'll make this next part as quick and painless as possible. Quick and painless? Is that even possible? I get it. I feel the same way about my shit. Braxton pipes up from the back seat. I turn around to face him. What do you mean? He rubs his hand between Trouble's ears. The dog settles his head on Braxton's thigh while batting his stubby tail against the leather upholstery. When I came back, says Braxton, I was grateful to have Trouble by my side, because I didn't think I had anything else. Max had moved onto the Enforcers while I stayed in the military. 8 long years was enough to fuck me up good, so that when I left, I felt like I'd never get out of that mindset. Checking corners, assessing threats, viewing the world through the lens of the mission. I could relate to that. But Trouble gave me something to take care of, to focus on, to build a relationship with. This pooch was my way of finding myself again, underneath all the training. You could always count on me, Braxton, says Max. I notice his fist gripping the wheel tighter, uncomfortable about his failing as a brother. Max would always be there for his brother. I know that. Braxton knows that. But the world looks different through eyes filled with pain, something Max can't understand the same way we can. Glancing at Braxton, I wonder how Braxton will handle this tactfully. I'm pretty sure nothing hurts Max more than the knowledge that he can't protect everyone he loves. Likely because he couldn't stop his parents from being murdered when he was a child. We all have so many wounds, so much baggage we carry, weighing us down, slowing us from healing. I know we'll never be entirely free of it, but we're learning to live with it, with one another. I know that now, Braxton reassures him after a quiet moment. Max's hand loosens, and his eyes move up to the rearview where they connect with Braxton's. And I guess that's what I'm saying. Like Asha, I've learned to let go of my past, to accept the gifts of the present. He reaches into the front seat and squeezes his brother's shoulder. It's a rare show of tenderness from Braxton that touches my heart. I wish I could kiss you right now, I say, my heart overflowing with care for this man. Braxton unbuckles himself and leans forward between the 2 front seats, barely managing to fit his heft between the seats. I laugh while he struggles to present his lips to me. How can such a big, tough man make me smile like this? I think that's about as close as I can manage, he says, grinning. I think I can work with that. Leaning forward, I kiss him, breathing him into me. When we part, I hold his face in my hands, and he doesn't move away, no matter how uncomfortable he might be right now, squeezing between the seats. We gaze into each other's eyes, admiring the patched souls behind them. This man, he's mine. And I'm glad he's mine. I suppose I might as well admit I share in that sentiment as well, says Orson. Braxton falls back into his seat, his attention moving to the other man. Yeah? Orson looks reluctant to say anything for a painfully long moment before he gives a little shrug. For so long, I felt alone. I more or less came to accept that I'd be a wolf without a pack for the rest of my life. When the opportunity arose to escape jail and join the Enforcers, I didn't think it would be anything more than my ticket to fresh air. He runs his hand along Trouble's golden coat, as though the dog is some sort of totem for our 4-way relationship, our unofficial mascot. The time I've spent in your company, however, has proven my pessimism wrong. You? A pessimist? I say. He cracks a grin. What? You've never met a cheery pessimist before? Orson, in so many ways you're unlike anyone I've ever met. Seconded, says Braxton. Yep, Max agrees, actually cracking a small smile. You guys, says Orson, grabbing each twin by the shoulder and giving them a fraternal shake. That we've all been able to share Asha is a true blessing. I feel like I've been inducted into a new pack. I flick my eyes between the 2 brothers, scanning for their response. Have they fully accepted Orson yet? The tension releases when Braxton looks at each one of us before saying,
"A pack ought to have a name."
If Braxton was in my reach, I'd kiss him again. That tough-looking outer shell of his is like one of those rocks that you cut into, and it actually ends up being a piece of cake. He's all squishy and soft on the inside, and Orson is someone who really needs some squishy friends right now. Plus, I could use a pack. It's not like I'll ever give up on my childhood pack, but I don't have to be alone until I find them. And there's nothing that says that Max, Braxton, and Orson can't be in my pack too.
"You're right. We need a name,"
Max says.
"What have we got?"
We all lapse into thoughtful silence. Then Braxton offers,
"The Asha Fan Club?"
The SUV fills with laughter.
"Asha and the Three Mutts," Max submits.
"Sounds like a band name," says Orson, grinning. "What about Trouble?" I ask, glancing at the happy dog. "Shouldn't it be Four Mutts?" Braxton rubs Trouble's belly, who smiles and rolls into his lap for better access.
"Trouble's no mutt, are you, Trouble?"
"How about Therapivos pack?" says Orson. Our befuddled silence makes clear our ignorance, and Orson explains.
"It's Greek. It means heal."
I catch Braxton shaking his head in the mirror.
"You would,"
he says, and both men chuckle. My life might be a little crazy, but it's good, too. I'll have to remember that when I have to kill my brother. Chapter 3.
Orson. I hold open the computer in my lap and watch the blinking white dot representing us pass into the purple-shaded splotch representing the stain of residual magic. Creating the map using satellites was easy. Creating a computer program that identifies specific individuals' magic and uses it to track those individuals was a great deal more complex. But it was also the main reason the enforcers recruited me. And it's certainly coming in handy right now. We know you're going to the party with the blood mages. We don't know how you'll get there or what damage you'll do along the way, purple-shaded splotch magic, i.e. Simon. Of course, when I lift my gaze to the window, all I see is a quaint little burg tucked in amongst oaks and evergreens. There's no indication that a malevolent force recently passed through. No fumes or noxious fog left in its wake. Just a collection of brick buildings that together compose a small, sleepy town off the highway. A pit stop. A backwater. A place away from the world. These are exactly the kind of places that evil likes. When the world comes to visit such a place, it usually leaves scars. I pray this town retains its provincial innocence, but a sick feeling in the pit of my stomach tells me otherwise. Simon has always left a trail of devastation behind him, and I don't believe we've seen the last of his violence. Nothing at first glance, says Max, winding his way through town, which I guess is a good thing. The first town Simon visited had the streets littered with bodies, so this is better than nothing. Still, pain isn't always obvious. Max glances back at me. Orson, anything new on the map? Only the same territory colored with magic, steadily fading. I answer, realization slowly dawning on me. He's either moved on or gone quiet, says Braxton, visibly alert. Trouble picks up on his owner's caution, adopting the same vigilance by sitting up and training his eyes through the window. My map isn't perfect. It can't tell us if Simon has left this area or is just not using his magic, hiding in wait for us. The latter idea makes me feel uneasy. In prison, there were always enemies. Some were quick to attack out in the open, but others Others preferred to attack from the shadows. They were the ones who truly made my time in prison harder, even if my technological abilities to hack into computers and get prisoners what they wanted offered me some protection from the other supernaturals. Simon is like the second group of people, only with the magical capability to level towns. He's a frightening opponent. "Whether he's here or not," says Max, "there's no use skipping another meal. Let's turn in here and grab a bite." He pulls into a local diner, tires rolling over cracked asphalt. The blacked-out SUV garners a few curious looks, but nothing to suggest we'll be unwelcome here. We stretch beside the vehicle while Braxton gives Trouble a chance to mark his new territory and sniff all the things there are to sniff. The three of us lean back and watch as Braxton runs around with the pup, looking like a little boy as they wrestle over a toy, or Braxton throws a ball for Trouble to catch. When the little guy seems happier, we crack a few windows and Trouble goes back inside the SUV to wait and rest. Then we file into the restaurant, whose carpets hold traces of 1,000 meals, having absorbed their vapors over decades. I can smell the years lifting off the fibers, stirred by our steps as we cross to the host stand. This establishment has been here for generations. I hope it withstands several more. But an insidious dread sown by Asha's brother keeps flooding my thoughts with grave imagings. Or maybe it's the fact that I finally have something to protect again. In either event, I tamp down my fears while the teenage hostess leads us to our table. She passes out the menu, says, "Your server will be with you shortly," then returns to her stand and her phone, tittering at an endless feed of short video clips. The ubiquity of fast internet and the subsequent rapid colonization of our culture by social media is at once spectacular and wholly terrifying. I muse. "Says the tech whiz," Braxton retorts, eliciting snickers from the table. I smile and nod. Yes, I'm aware of the mild hypocrisy of the statement. Interconnectivity is quite the double-edged sword. For example, it allows me to track the magical trail left behind by our enemy, while at the same time providing channels for potential enemies to keep tabs on me. Nobody's keeping tabs on you. Max reassures me. That would have been us. We all laugh again. But the enforcers are the good government agency, right? Braxton jokes. A fed's a fed, says Asha. Hey, count yourself among them, Max tells her. She clicks her tongue and grins. Damn, I guess I am. Topics that might otherwise engender impassioned debate instead give rise to flippant commentary. We laugh, we tease, we undercut the solemnity of our mission with mirth. These shifters, this unnamed pack, have forged ironclad bonds not easily broken. So why do I feel uneasy? Beneath the camaraderie lurks a fear of the unspoken past. My past. The dark history that saw me imprisoned for a violent deed. Will it always follow me around? Is it no different than Simon? A dark force waiting to ruin my life at any moment. What we do, so we become. What I have done has become part of me, whether I hate that part of me or not. Max must spy the dark clouds hanging over me because he looks me in the eyes and asks, "What is it, Orson?" It's surprising. A man like Max, one who walks the line of honor and code like he's walking the edge of a sword, should not be the same kind of man who can sense when someone in his company is struggling with their internal demons. I suspect that as much as Max has found a way to make peace with his parents' deaths, that singular event shifted his personality, making him more sensitive than he wants people to know. He's staring, so I take charge of my thoughts. I was just reflecting on my stint in prison. I don't have a chance to elaborate before the server arrives. We furnish him with our orders, and as he walks back toward the kitchen, the jovial air grows bleeding with anticipation. You've opened the door, Orson. Now you'd better walk through it.
You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to,
says Asha, reaching forth her hand to lay over mine.
But know that you can with us.
She gives a little smile.
We've had our own shit, after all.
A deep ravine too often separates can from should, but in this instance I'm uncertain of its danger. No doubt things will change between us, the information casting me in new light. Then again, I reason, if I withhold it provides the secret a chance to fester, and then its inevitable revelation will be made all the more upsetting. They may think me no longer fit for membership in their informal pack. I decide I stand a better chance telling them now than waiting. Honesty. Somebody somewhere said it's a virtue, right? I care for you all a great deal. Because of that, I don't want there to be any secrets between us. Perhaps we should have covered this before sex, but, well, heat of the moment and all. So I'll tell you now before we go any further. I can see by their darkened faces I've set a sufficiently dour stage on which to relate my tragedy. Here goes nothing. My father was a violent man. Though he hid it well, he covered his true nature with a slick veneer. Suits and pomade. Politician's uniform. He was a very powerful man, both in the political arena as well as at home. While the face he showed his constituents was all smiles, the one his family knew was a grotesque snarl. I take a beat, collecting myself. I could feel the old emotions threatening to boil over. Just the facts. Anyway, he would hit my mother often. Baseball-sized welts cut that occasionally needed stitching. He would bring in a private physician for that, something he would secure through his connections and money. His network included a lot of dangerous people, but he managed to balance these illicit friendships with innumerable government allies. He was untouchable, an illusion. I knew I couldn't go to anyone because he would quash my attempts to get him arrested. So when I grew up and got strong enough, I challenged him. We fought. I won. As a result of the blows I delivered to him, my father died. Looking back, I realized that was my intention. I wanted to neutralize the threat to my mother. Killing him, therefore, was the only surefire method, of course. I bite back the tears that well behind my eyes and take deep breaths. Just the facts. Only the facts. Facts are safe. I failed to acknowledge the fragility of my mother's mental state. At 17, I lacked the experience to predict the full impact of my actions on her delicate psychology. My father's regular beatings bruised not only flesh, but her soul. Get through it, Orson. My eyes fall to the table, unable to meet their stares. She killed herself, so really, while I sought to protect her, I failed. Apparently, as many resolutions as I calculated for that day, I didn't calculate that one. In sparing my mother from my father, I somehow became the person who ended her life. Prison? That I had prepared for. But not her death. Somehow I had imagined my actions would set her free. My hands, curled into white-knuckled fists during the telling of my woeful tale, shake against the table. I untuck each finger until they splay against the laminate finish. I count them, 1 through 10, the instruments of my destruction. I could chop them off for their misdeeds. I would have done the same, says Braxton. I lift my gaze to find him nodding affirmatively at me, leaning back in his chair in a dominant pose that only my wolf truly understands. Is he saying that to ease the pain of my blackened soul? Or does he really mean it? He stares back at me, his wolf not backing down, challenging me to argue against his words. I knew the crime, says Max, casually from beside Braxton, and I glance back at him. He doesn't seem upset about my words. On the contrary, he seems almost pleased. At least, I knew the words on the page concerning your crime, but you helped contextualize it for me. It was a brutal thing, but entirely understandable. If we were in a world where only our wolves ruled, no one would question what you did. But in the human world there are laws, rights and wrongs beyond the moral. It's a shame sometimes. Okay. I take a deep breath and look at the woman who has bespelled both my wolf and myself. What does she think of what I'd done? But the instant I look at her, it's hard to think about anything but her. It feels like the rest of the world drops away and there's only me, her, and the uncomfortable information I've placed between us. My gaze runs over her long white blonde hair as it falls loosely over her shoulders, and her pale brown eyes that enchant me as they fall onto my face. I can see it in her gaze. She has 1,000 different thoughts running through her head. I can only hope that the one she finally rests on will be in my favor. To my surprise, Asha drags her chair closer to mine and wraps her arms around me. More than the pleasant warmth of her embrace, I feel something wholly unexpected. I feel her unconditional acceptance. "I'm sorry that happened to you," she says. Sorry? It doesn't compute. The data entry returns an error. Don't disassociate. Prison taught me to treat life like coding, a cold mathematical underpinning that governs all interactions. Push against your coping mechanism. This is an inflection moment. Move forward in light or in darkness. 1 or 0. I placed my hand over Asha's against my chest, preferring her digits to the binary. "You don't think I'm some awful monster?" I ask. I killed a man, my father, my own flesh and blood, and I don't regret killing him. That has to make me something terrible and awful. And if not that, the fact that my actions led to the death of my own mother. She has to see that. "Of course you're not a monster," says Asha. "If you're a monster, what's that make me?" This is different. We're not the same. Asha's home was burned around her. She watched her pack die, then she was forced by the blood mages to become something capable of violence and destruction. Her actions weren't to blame. She's an innocent. "You don't understand," I tell her slowly, looking at the others to make sure they understand, to make sure my words haven't misled them. No one forced me to do it. I did it entirely on my own volition. There. Now things are clearer. Their understanding will turn to anger, disgust, and outrage. The way it should. Max simply shakes his head. "In that sort of environment, you were up against a wall, Orson. You didn't have any good choices, so you made the decision you thought was best. Just because it didn't end the way you planned, doesn't mean what you did was wrong." Are they not understanding? Are the words in my head coming out of my mouth? No, I'm speaking clearly. They've just come to a strange kind of decision. You don't think I don't even know what word goes here. Tainted, corrupt, unforgivable? No, he answers, intuiting the complex knot of emotions that fill the blank. Braxton slaps a hand on my shoulder and gives it a firm, grounding squeeze. We don't see you any differently, bud. Relax. You're one of us. A whole lot of fucked up, but not at all unredeemable. The server returns with our plates and the rest of my adoptive pack digs in. So I dig in too, devouring a burger and fries with a ravenous appetite that I don't remember ever having. It's like whatever boulder I've been carrying around on my back is suddenly gone, and the world seems easier to manage. I don't know why. I don't completely understand it. But when Asha smiles at me, the tattered pieces of my heart feel a little less frayed.
Chapter 4. Asha. A breeze whistles through the trees. The smell of approaching autumn suffuses the air with its leafy fragrance. I breathe it into me. Fall is about to release, and today has been full of release. An unexpectedly emotional day, but necessary. I think perhaps it's the quiet before the storm that's put us all in a reflective mood. I've never felt closer to these three men as we stand in the gathered dusk, the last ribbons of bruised light wrapped delicately around them like gift bows. It's only a brief moment that I quickly stamp into memory before we turn back to our task.
According to your map, says Max to Orson, would you say the targets left the vicinity?
Orson nods.
If the use of magic is any indication, he's been gone for at least a day, in my estimate, but there's a small chance he simply isn't using his power and has remained here. Then we're unlikely to encounter him. We can split up without the threat of getting caught off guard.
We mosey back toward the SUV. Trouble bursts forth from the back seat when Orson opens the door, eager for more attention after his nap. His little stump of a tail swings back and forth as Braxton rubs him down, whispering about what a good boy he is. I smile. How can such tough men also be so sweet? While Braxton feeds his dog leftovers, Orson checks the map once again.
The fading signature looks to be contained within a 3-block radius of our present location.
He shuts his laptop and returns it to his backpack. He looks back at Max and me, Braxton too distracted with trouble to lend his attention.
Whatever magic he used was expended nearby.
Uh-oh. That means there's trouble somewhere around here, and I'm not talking about the cute dog. My brother has been up to something, and whatever it is, it's probably bad. So what's the plan? I ask, a pit forming in my stomach. Check out the area for anything left behind? Max nods, back into enforcer mode so fast it makes my head spin.
Break into 2 groups. Cover the ground quickly. Plan to wrap up our search before the stars come out. Sounds good,
says Braxton, balancing the last French fry on Trouble's snout. Their calmness helps ease the growing anxiety in my belly ever so slightly. If they're not terrified, I shouldn't be either, right? My brother probably isn't here, and whatever he's done, it can't be any worse than what we've already seen from him. I hope. Max turns to his brother.
You and Trouble go with Orson to the east. Asha and I will head west. Call if you come upon anything suspicious. Roger that.
Braxton nods and Trouble casts the fry into the air with an upward flick of his nose, then in the same instant catches it in his mouth.
Good boy,
Braxton praises, crouching to pet Trouble. The dog wags its stubby tail excitedly, but the moment its owner rises, he assumes a more alert posture. They set off down the road, the 2 men with the dog between them.
Shall we?
Says Max, but to my surprise he offers me his hand with a slight smile. A break from enforcer mode? He must really not be worried. Which is a good thing. Everything is going to be okay. I slip my hand into his and give it a squeeze. Let's amble. As we make our way down the road, he says,
It's a shame we had to meet this way.
It catches me off guard. this way? He talks like we were always going to meet, but that it might have been another way. Maybe one with first dates, flowers, and eager texts. But somehow I can't picture that. Not in this life. I look up at him, intoxicated by the scent of cedar trees caught in a morning shower. God, your wolf smells so good. Why is that? I ask. His thumb gently caresses the back of my hand and warm shivers wriggle through me. In another world, I would have treated you to a date. What would a date with Max be like? I wonder if I'd like him on the first date, with him all tense and formal, or if he'd open up quicker in that setting. Or if I wouldn't even notice, because I'd be so lost in his brown eyes, the cut of his perfect jaw and the way his clothes cling to every inch of his perfect body. Who am I kidding? I'd fall into his eyes, surrounded by his scent, and never want to leave. The warm feeling envelops me. I drift closer to him, practically leaning against him as we walk. Dinner and a stroll doesn't count? I ask, trying to fight the urge to climb into his arms. He hangs his head and chuckles. Take it where we can get it, I suppose. It would be dreamily romantic if not for the fact that his eyes are continually scanning the block. His actions put me on guard, so I leave all my senses, the physical and the magical, open to the out of place. But in my thoughts, I'm enjoying the beautiful night with a man that I love. Twilight stains the world pastel blue, and I feel swaddled by its tranquility. We continue along the sidewalk in silence, enjoying a symphony of crickets and mourning doves, the distant calling of bullfrogs and the crunch of our own footsteps beneath us. Peace. A taste of it, anyway. And I give up a silent prayer to whatever God will listen that more of this awaits me at the end of our hunt. Max draws in a deep breath and releases it slowly. I look up at him and see the moment taking effect. It's made sweeter by each other's presence. Another peculiar feeling sweeps over me, one I haven't felt in a very long time. Trust. I've completely put my faith in him and feel vindicated for doing so, which is why when I stop to tell him something, I believe he'll receive it well. Max, I say, and he returns to face me, recognizing the gravity in my tone. What is it, Asha? He needs to know where I stand, what my future entails, before we go any deeper. After we put this whole thing behind us, there are going to be survivors. Blood Pack members who will need help and guidance. He nods, his eyes focused intently on mine. I continue. I'm going to have to be around for them. They'll need someone who isn't, well, as fucked up as they are, frankly. Someone who knows them, who they can trust, looking out for them. And that person is going to have to make them their priority. He nods again, solemnly. I understand completely. You have a duty to fulfill. And you do too. But maybe there can be more than our responsibilities. Maybe there's room for this too. I take his hands in mine and hold them between us. That doesn't mean I need to leave you. He smiles, like I'm stating the obvious. Of course not. You know, despite your experience with the enforcers, there are actually agents with lives outside of work. Maybe I could be one of them, now that I have something else to focus on. He takes a breath and gazes off into the distance, as though watching this future unfold. A pack is usually more than 4. We could use an expansion. He looks back at me. I joined the enforcers because I wanted to help people. I don't know another group of people more in need of help than your pack. My heart swells. Does he really mean it? I search his face for any traces of doubt and see none. Unable to stop myself, I throw my arms around him and squeeze him tightly. He reciprocates, planting a kiss atop my head. As we embrace, Everything is perfect with my world, until the acrid scent of dark magic cuts through the melange of trees and plant life to spoil the moment. He feels me stiffen in his arms and asks, "What is it?" More attuned to the odor of dark magic, I've scented it before he has the chance. "I smell him," I say. "He was here recently." Once I pick up on it, the feeling overwhelms me. Even though I know he's no longer in town, it feels like he's right over my shoulder.
Where?
Too close, which means trouble. I turn and follow its repellent trail, leading Max by the hand back into the real world. Chapter 5. Asha. Like a rope tied around my waist, the awareness of the dark magic pulls me along, leading me through town. We cut away from the main drag, down an alley, the scent urging me on. I feel like a bloodhound, compelled by its sense of smell to chase down the mystery. It won't release its grip on me until I've found its origin. Dread steals over me, but it does nothing to assuage my feverish instinct. A voice blares in my thoughts. Find it, Asha, find it! And I'm desperate too, if only to make it shut up. The use of dark magic means danger, and usually death. So far, my brother has only ever left behind a trail of violence. I just hope that this time I'm not too late to stop it. My mind comes up with 1,000 different scenarios where I might still be able to save this small town from the heartbreak of my brother's cruelty. But each scenario feels like a lie, even to my mind. If my brother is already gone, the damage is already done. Don't think that way. Try to remember what it felt like to have hope, to have things end well. I come to the back door of an apartment complex. The voice is telling me to go through it, even though my heart is begging me not to, whispering that I only just started to put together the tattered remains of my heart and mind. I'm not ready for this, except I have no choice. I wrap my fist around the knob and give a tug, but as I probably should have predicted, it's locked, probably deadbolted. The door is metal, heavy duty, meant to keep would-be robbers outside.
Is it behind the door?
Asks Max. I nod without hesitation. I think so. He directs me to the side of the door and I smell his wolf raring forth. He doesn't shift, but summons the beast's power to drive his boot against the rear entry. The boot meets the metal with a resounding clang that echoes down the alley. The door swings inward, its deadbolt torn away and tossed onto the carpeted floor. I step inside and am met with a wall of must. The place is old and not kept up very well, but I can still scent the dark magic loud above the background noise of mold and mildew. He was definitely here. Maybe just to rest? Fuck, I hope just to rest. I follow my nose through a dimly lit corridor, Max close behind me. He's mindful of every door we pass, which is good, because now the calling is so all-consuming my periphery falls away, leaving only the tunnel of my focus. This way, Asha. The voice taunts. Hell, an enemy could be standing right beside me and I wouldn't even notice. There's nothing but the scent, and the fear of what the scent will mean. I come to a stairwell and pause. After a quick survey of the nearby rooms, Max stands beside me and asks, "Up?" My eyes follow the steps to the second-floor landing. Under the spell of my magic sensitivity, it takes on a doomy cast. Yes. Even though I don't want to go, even though we're just getting closer to whatever waits for us in the shadows of this building. Footfalls echo from above. The hackles raise on my wolf's neck. Max's eyes stare intently into the stairwell. We both await the arrival of whoever descends. Could it be Simon? Could he have masked himself until this moment? My breath hitches when a figure turns the corner and pauses. An old woman with a hunchback and a shock of gray hair stares down at us.
"Are you here about the noise?"
she asks, voice quivering with age. Noise? It could be tied to Simon, or it could be something else, but I'm not betting that it's a coincidence. Max and I exchange looks.
"Yes,"
he replies, quick to keep our cover. The old woman holds out her arms.
"Be a dear, would you?"
she asks, looking down at the set of stairs she still needs to make her way down. I watch Max inhale slowly, breathing in the woman, catching her scent. It only takes him a moment before I see him relax ever so slightly. He's got the same instinct I do. The woman's not a threat. Just a human who has no idea about the dangers surrounding her. Max hustles to her side, then offers the crook of his elbow so she can hook her arm through it. Cautiously, they reach the first-floor hallway, and she pats Max on the cheek.
"Handsome boy,"
she says, shooting a not-so-furtive wink at me. As she recedes down the corridor towards the rear entry, she says,
"Awful racket, whatever it was."
The metal door creaks open and she pauses to review its damage. Then, with a soft tut, she shakes her head and exits into the alley. Max and I move back into the stairwell on high alert. The dark magic is so potent here that I can feel it beckoning my own magic forth. We are not the same. I remind myself of yesterday's revelation, that I have control over myself, that my support system has allowed me to reject the seduction of dark magic. At least, I hope so. I hope I'm right about how to handle my magic, or even that it can be handled. A deep breath helps stabilize me, as does Max's hand on my shoulder. I look back at him and he nods confidently. You can do this. I see the encouragement in his gaze. You can do this, echoes in my head as I proceed up the stairwell, advancing on the source of the dark magic. It grows more intense with every passing floor until we reach the very top. A door stands between me and the rooftop and it vibrates in my vision. It's like I'm on psychedelics, the handle and the faded paint rippling like water. Dive in. I grip the handle and give it a shove. This one isn't locked. It swings back and slams against the wall, a sound that sprawls out into the otherwise quiet night. The Milky Way dusts the sky with a million pinpricks of white light, and here, away from the major cities, darkness offers the perfect stage for its majesty. But its silvery glimmer goes unappreciated by the audience gathered on the roof. Though their eyes peer into the heavens, there is no soul behind them to marvel at the stars. A half-dozen dead bodies lay in a circle, mangled feet to unwashed hair. Homeless, I surmise, judging by their threadbare attire. Hard living have worn deep furrows into their skin, lines that age them beyond their years. Tough lives now, ended by cruel malice. They've been staged as a frame around a message scrawled inside the circle. Words written in the blood of these victims reads, "My power is growing. Is yours? This isn't the end." The smell of stale blood catches up to me and I feel sick. I rush to the other end of the roof and lean over, prepared to rain dinner upon the alley through which we entered. Fuck. Warm hands settle on my back and I turn my focus to Max's touch instead of the queasy feeling in my stomach. I place myself in his arms and fight against the breakdown I feel worming its way in. "It's all right," he says. "We'll make this right." How can we? Each of these lives was someone, a person who was loved, a person who said their first word, who went through school, who laughed on a playground, and who was shaped by the good and the bad of their lives. They deserved better than this. Tears gather in the corner of my eyes. Why am I not strong enough to stop all this death? Why don't I have the power in me to make this world a better place and chase away the evil that should have no place here? We'll find him. Together. We'll stop this. He whispers into my hair. How? He's quiet for a moment. Just trust me. I've seen a lot as an enforcer, and I know, eventually, the good guys win, as long as they don't give up. I take a breath and let it out in a rush, calming, if only by a little. Max takes this as a sign I've collected myself and steps away to make a call. But I'm still in pieces that I'm failing to hold together. I'm vaguely aware of the conversation happening feet away from me. Max is letting his brother know our location and to come with Orson to meet us here on this rooftop. But I don't want to see Braxton. Because when I do, I know the full weight of his warning will crash down upon me. It was his condemnation after I let Simon escape during our last run-in. Every person your brother kills from now on will be on you. I hope you realize that. And it's not an easy weight to bear. No, it's certainly not. I think, staring over at the bodies. They'd be alive if I hadn't let Simon slip through my fingers. I had him right in front of me, with the ability to put his violence to an end. The Simon I knew was already gone at that point, and yet I still couldn't bring myself to kill him. In that moment, I still thought there was a chance to save him. All I saw was my brother, locked in a prison of hate. Could my Simon have done this? Taunts a voice within. Blood spatters the cement. Ghostly pale faces gaze lifeless into space. It's a heinous crime, which only a truly wicked person could perform. Simon didn't have a wicked bone in his body, but there's no denying the sight before me. What I could touch with my own hands, the cold flesh, the dried blood. This is real. A tremor starts in my fingertips and gradually slithers into my arms. I clench my hands into white-knuckled fists, but it's too late. I feel the breakdown circling me like a vulture. This is all my fault. Chapter 6. Asha. The world grows fuzzy through the lens of my panic. Max becomes a dark blur standing at an indeterminate distance. The air seems thin, like there isn't enough oxygen. I breathe raggedly. It's like sucking air through a straw. I thought I was done with this. Fuck. I thought I had mastered this. Why does it keep happening? Am I broken into so many pieces that I'll never be fixed? The dark blur turns and I hear Max, though his voice sounds muffled, like he's shouting through layers of fabric. What? I try to call out to him, but my throat is dry and my attempt precipitates a coughing fit. Asha, he shouts, just loud enough it reaches me. I'm receding from the world, shrinking into myself, into a darkness within. This is my fault. Everything that's happened. My mother and sister being killed. My pack being murdered and taken. My brother. These people. All of it. My fault. What's wrong with me? Why can't I be normal? Why do I hurt everyone and everything I love? My body jerks back and forth, shaken by two strong hands clasped over my shoulders. The splotchy shapes gain definition, and from the smear of color in my vision, Max coalesces. Asha, he's saying, his voice becoming clearer. Asha, you're safe. Come back to me. You're safe. Everything's okay. His words start to cut through the terrible ones in my mind. His voice drowns out my self-hatred, my fear, my overwhelming guilt.
Asha, it's Max. I'm right here with you.
Is there panic in his voice? I don't know. I don't know anything, except it's cold. Something under me is hard. Hands slide from my shoulders to my arms, holding me tightly. It's cold. I'm cold.
Asha, you're safe. Come back to me. I'm here.
And we are here. Together. Somehow. We're seated, facing one another. But I don't remember sitting down. Though me falling is more likely. Max, I whisper, my voice hoarse.
Asha, are you okay?
He says, speaking slowly, enunciating. A headache squeezes my skull like a vice, but I nod all the same. Yeah.
What happened?
I spy the bodies over his shoulder and it all starts up again. Their deaths. They're on me. This is my fault. All my fault. But then the door to the roof swings open and 3 figures pour out of the stairwell. One hulkish, another sinewy, and a third squat, blonde and furry. They all come rushing over to me, trouble beating Braxton and Orson to my side. He forces his furry body into my lap, upturns his face, and starts lashing his tongue against my cheek. It's annoying, but effective. The dog's insistent affection successfully distracts me from the mounting anxiety. Gross. Wet. Ugh. He's heavy. This is better. This I can handle. Braxton joins us, and Max shifts back to give him access to me. Trouble moves to my side, bumping against my shoulder. It's like everyone is waiting, but for what? Braxton wraps one arm around my back while laying his other hand against my chest.
Asha,
He says.
Asha, look at me. Look at me. Feel my hand against your chest. My hand is the weight, nothing else, okay? Now, lift it with your lungs. Ready? Deep breath.
I lock onto his eyes, which hold me in their supportive embrace. My lungs inflate and the hand rises, lifting with my bosom. Braxton lessens its pressure as though pulling off the invisible weight.
Good. Good.
He praises.
Release.
I let the air stream through my pursed lips.
That's very good. Now, with your next breath, you're going to lift my hand right off your chest. Ready?
He nods, and I mirror him. Through flared nostrils, he pulls a long intake of breath from the air, and I follow suit. As my chest inflates, the pressure of his hand steadily relents until he removes it entirely, and I feel the burden lift with it. I can breathe. Trouble's curled up beside me, and the sensation of his soft fur pricks my consciousness. The world comes back into view. Panic peels away to reveal the night, and the rooftop and the 3 concerned men gathered around me.
You good?
Braxton asks. Am I? My heart is racing. I feel sweaty, but I'm not caught in the darkness, or consumed by my thoughts. I nod. Yes.
Good. That was impressive.
Orson comments, smiling at me as he tucks my hair behind my ear.
Little trick I picked up while overseas,
says Braxton, rising back onto his feet. He offers his hand and lifts me off the ground.
Anxiety's a real killer. Gnaws at your senses, makes you vulnerable. You need a quick way out when you're in the shit. Could have used that technique in prison.
Really? I glance at Orson, then back at Braxton, knowing they understand this helps a little. It makes me feel less alone, less broken. Thanks, Braxton, I say, grabbing his hand and squeezing it, still trying to get my heartbeat to return to normal. He smiles back at me.
Don't mention it.
With the immediate concern allayed, the boys turn their attention to the grotesque scene arranged for us on the rooftop. Orson steps into the circle and crouches to examine the bodies more closely. His curiosity is undaunted by the macabre.
3 days old,
he says, and it's strange the way they're able to look at this through logical eyes, as a scene they have to investigate, and not like a person seeing other people dead. I need to be like them. I need to find whatever door inside of me I can't seem to close, and close it so tightly I can never get out again. Braxton looks on dubiously.
3 days. How do you know? Did they offer forensic courses in the slammer?
Rough guess, says Orson. He taps his nose. Mostly based on smell. I don't pick up any rot, which I read once happens after 3 days. Pair that with the satellite imaging of magical decay, and that squeezes your window into a certain time frame. Roughly 72 hours ago. He rises again and reviews the grim message from his towering height.
I don't suppose there's any doubt as to who this was meant for.
Who? I wish I could laugh, but nothing about this is funny. Instead, I grimace. No. He turns to me. Your brother knows we continue our pursuit, knowledge of which precludes the element of surprise. Which means? Orson looks uneasy.
Well, surprise would be preferable, especially against such a powerful foe. He knows we're coming for him, so he should be feeling pretty cocky about his control on this situation. But this tells me otherwise.
Braxton says.
The only reason he'd waste his time with something like this is because he's trying to throw us off our game. It might mean he's afraid.
Orson looks unconvinced, which is how I feel about it too. Whatever Simon is now, I don't think fear exists in his new constitution.
Asha,
says Orson with a very direct tone.
This soiree he's invited you to, the one he intends to make a bloodbath. Do you suppose that bloodbath exempts your blood pack? Or would his violence be indiscriminate?
He steps over the bodies to approach me, his two-tone eyes gazing intently into my own.
I know you're not inside his head, but you seem to still possess some sort of connection. Do you think you could say with any degree of confidence which case it is?
I search my heart for the answer. I want to believe whatever's left of Simon would prevent him from slaughtering his own packmates, but I also know that I can't blind myself anymore with hope. One way or another, I fail to predict his behavior. I simply don't know what this new Simon will do, or whether a shred of my brother remains to protect his kith and kin. Honestly, I don't know. I just don't. Orson looks thoughtful.
So, you have no instincts, one way or another, if during the Blood Mage's party, Simon will just kill everyone, including the innocent?
No, I don't. I wish I did, but I don't. Orson reads the uncertainty and frustration on my face.
Why don't we send the enforcers in first? Liberate the blood pack, neutralize the blood mages, then leave Simon to us.
He looks between the brothers for approval.
Doesn't that sound better than facing two threats simultaneously while protecting hostages at the same time? We could set a trap. With a little advanced preparation, we could...
It's not going to work that way, says Max. I turn back and see his face has darkened. A touch of hang-dog slumps his features. I already know before he says it. The enforcers have been nothing if not a disappointment.
I've run a similar idea past my superiors.
The variables are too great, Carl says. We don't have a count on blood mages. The site hasn't been mapped.
It's too difficult to formulate a tactical strike. But it's plenty safe to send in the expendable unit.
Braxton scoffs, his handsome face twisted in anger. Max nods, his jaw clenched.
We've been given the authorization to move in on our own, but that's it. But if I were to guess, they've have men at the ready to handle the cleanup, to ensure the blood mages don't escape.
My heart sinks. The many implications are bare for all to see. The enforcers haven't exactly shown caution throughout their history, which means this particular case is especially risky. They don't believe rolling into town with what equates to a small army would result in success, but they're fine if we make our own play. If they can pull this mission off with all their resources, with all their agents, do they really think a 4-person team can manage it? The math doesn't add up. Unless I factor in a cold indifference to our fate. And it all makes perfect sense. If the enforcers don't care about us or my blood pack, then it makes all the sense in the world why they've left the final battle for us to fight alone.
Why have they moved into the area then?
Questions Orson. They intend to perform cleanup once everything is over, I say. The assholes will sit back while we all battle it out, then kill any opponents that survive. Whether we make it out or not is unimportant to them. They just want us to take down as many of the blood mages as we can before we go. What assholes? Hell, it may even be their way of getting rid of me, their little problem. It's a win-win for them. Orson shakes his head. Perhaps for the first time I sense a note of anger in the ordinarily carefree blonde.
No help. We're all alone on this one.
He raises his eyes to Max.
It's a suicide mission then.
A telling silence falls over us. I look over at the bodies and think grimly. Quiet as the grave.
The intimate scene has been removed to comply with YouTube standards. You may find the complete audiobook at many other places for free.
I grin and pursue her, but before I slip under the sheets, she stops me with a hand thrust against my crotch, again only her arm jutting from the sheets. She gives my waistband a tug, then my shirt, then wags her finger. As though in further instruction, her arm disappears again, only to reemerge a moment later with her clothes clutched in her fist. It opens and she deposits her articles on the floor. Mine join the pile. Now, with the requisite amount of nude to enter, I lift the blanket and slide my body in alongside hers. In the dark of her love nest, I sense Asha only by touch and sound and scent. The delicate satin texture of her bare thigh crossing my legs. The noise she makes when her wet folds glide along the length of my shaft. The smell of her arousal as she puts me inside her, like the sudden release of aroma when a flower is crushed in the palm of one's hand. I place my hand on her ass while she rides me. The heat of our sex creates a balmy climate under the blankets, a jungle all our own. Her skin becomes slick, and I taste her sweat when I take her left breast into my mouth. Climaxes seize both of us at the same time, and I don't let go until exhaustion takes its place. I barely manage to lower the blankets over our heads before falling asleep. Asha laid atop me, the balm of her touch dissolving my fear. My cock is firmly inside her, claiming her for my own. This is what I need. Always. Asha with me. I can face anything with her by my side.
Chapter 8. Asha. It's early morning the next day after finding the bodies, and we're half on the job. From a cafe opposite the apartment complex, we observe the enforcers coming and going like a swarm of busy bees around their hive. No doubt they're getting used to the horror my brother leaves behind, but I'm not sure I ever will. While sipping gingerly from my latte, I watch them carry out the body bags into a series of ambulances. There's something so insensitive about those bags. Like the things inside are just objects to be transported rather than bodies that used to be living, breathing people who had endured something awful. I peer down at my bagel and decide I no longer want it. It's shocking that in all this time I haven't yet grown desensitized to death and violence. Score 1 for Asha's humanity, I guess. Although it feels like being desensitized would be a hell of a lot easier. With my appetite spoiled, I turn my thoughts away from breakfast and focus on the task ahead of us. The one our bosses think will claim our lives. What do they know? Their understanding lacks the intimate knowledge I possess. I've faced off against these enemies. I know what they're capable of. The blood mages require surprise to launch their attack, an element they lack as we descend on their position. As for Simon, I missed one opportunity to end his terror, but I won't make that mistake twice. The true variable will be my own pack. If they wield the same power as I do, they ought to be able to defend themselves once freed. If they're willing to join our side against their captors. If they haven't lost their minds, like the rest of my pack. Freeing my blood pack once and for all. I grow giddy at the thought of it, but the doubts keep crowding in. I fear they won't trust me enough to side with me. That their torment has whittled away the last of their capacity to trust. I don't know what else they've been subjected to under blood mage control. What remains of their sanity, of their souls.
What's up?
Braxton inquires, giving me a little nudge. His plate sits clean before him. He's a man whose appetite never falters. I'm just thinking about my pack, I tell him. Max and Orson lean in, all three men eager to make my concerns their concerns. It's nice, I think, and revel in their support a moment before proceeding. I don't know what sort of state they'll be in, whether they'll still be, well, themselves, or if they'll be
like Simon,
says Max. Exactly. Will they become my enemies too? Is that all I'll be facing when we get there? Enemies? I nod grimly. Yeah.
Certainly a variable,
Braxton says, thinking in terms of the mission.
If anyone has a shot of resonating with their uncorrupted selves, it's you,
Orson tells me, a wan smile on his face echoing the loss of his mother. I can see the parallels. Years of his father's tyranny sunk her deep inside herself, to a place Orson failed to reach. He probably looks at this mission as his redemption.
Probably helpful if we review the possible outcomes and plan for them now,
says Max, hunching forward over the table so as to keep our discussion private. We all mirror his posture, the four of us leaning into a conspiratorial huddle.
There's a lot of ways to die, and I'd prefer none of us did.
I look around the circle, see the resolve in each face. They're determined to see this through, willing to give their lives for my cause. But this isn't their fight, ultimately. They're only in it on my behalf. I can't let more people die on my account. The realization hits me like a ton of bricks. I need to face Simon. I need to save my pack. I'm heading toward a suicide mission. They don't have to be. They can be saved. I can save someone. Why this hadn't hit me before, I'll never know. Maybe because at one point they were simply tools to help me find my pack, but now they've become so much more. I need to say something. I tell them, taking a breath. My pack is my problem, not yours. And while I appreciate everything you've all done for me, I think I should continue on by myself. Braxton looks bewildered.
Asha, what are you saying?
You know what I'm saying. I sigh. I'm saying that your sense of duty shouldn't get you all killed.
It isn't duty that compels us,
says Orson, his lips slanted in a grin.
No males would abandon their mate in her darkest moment.
Mate? Shock registers on my face. I can feel its wide-eyed, slack-jawed expression taking shape in my features. The boys read it plainly. I see it in each gaze. Well, that's what it means to bond, Orson explains. Individual struggles become shared ones. Your battles become ours. As he goes on, I realize it's not the M word he thinks has surprised me, but that they've chosen to follow me into Satan's maw. Our fates now entwine, such that your doom shall be ours, if the universe so chooses. Of course, I believe that between the four of us, each contributing their expertise, we become something greater than the sum of our... I lay my hand on his wrist, pausing his ramble. Orson, roll it back a sec. What's the first thing you said? That duty's not what compels us? No, right after. One blue and one honey-brown eye roll toward the ceiling in thought as he recollects. That no male would abandon their mate in her darkest moment? You think I'm your mate? I'm not, right? I can't be. I'm not fully a shifter. He looks across at Max, then to his left at Braxton. Both brothers seem equally perplexed. Wait, why are you confused? Well, yeah, says Braxton. Max concurs with a stoic nod. Did you not believe the connection you've developed with the three of us meant that we were mated to you? Says Orson, matter-of-factly. I can feel my cheeks flush. I guess I didn't think. I trail off timidly, dropping my eyes to my neglected bagel. A hand reaches out, fingers gingerly lifting my chin. My eyes meet Max's, behind which a fire burns, my name written in the tongues of its flames. Asha, he says, voice awash in unrelenting sincerity. What we've experienced, and I'm not talking about the mission and the fighting and the violence, I'm talking about every moment in between. It's revealed our bond. Of course we're mates. Our wolves have made that clear. Within, I feel her aglow with affection, which radiates to encompass me in its giddy aura. Of course, I think. My wolf's known all along, that intuitive center of my being. A shifter's wolf often knows how they feel before they've pieced it together. It's the dense layers of rationality, logic, and analysis that too often cloud our emotional instinct. Yes, she's telling me his words are true. Yet something still darkens the moment, a voice that's unable to ignore dissent and self-effacement. It spills from my lips. I guess I never even considered the possibility on account of me being a half-breed. That and, well, the experiments. 6 hands reach out for me, landing on my shoulder, wrist, face, and back, each a rebuke of that assumption. You're a shifter, says Braxton, then grins. With a little extra. Orson gives my arm a squeeze. My wolves never felt more at peace than in your presence. The thought now of parting fills me with horrible dread. This mission, it's nothing compared to the fear of losing you. I share your fight, Asha. Me too, Braxton echoes. And me, says Max. Like the 3 musketeers joining their swords, I muse. A comparison my dirty mind reads a bawdy pun into. Orson, Braxton, and Max. My men. My pack. My mates. But still, Orson shakes his head. We're not going anywhere. Braxton smirks.
We know where the fight will be. Even if you run, we're just going to follow. But we'd be safer with you in our sight.
Damn it. He's right. I turn to Max. You really don't think the girl with the crazy, deadly magic should try to battle this fight alone? Think about it logically. His eyes hold amusement.
There's nothing logical about this, Asha. We're not leaving your side. Besides,
Braxton shrugs.
That asshole did a number on our heads before he let you take us, and nearly killed Max. We have a score to settle with him.
Despite the morning's grim sight and the dangerous battle looming on the horizon, I feel happy. It's a peculiar sensation. I have to reacquaint myself with it. It's been an emotion in short supply these past few years, and I savor it now all the more for it. When this is over, we're going to make a home for ourselves, my mates and me. And now I'm not just fighting against something, I'm fighting for something. Chapter 9. Asha. On the eve of the final operation, we've traded up from motels to a small house. Its 3 stories rise above the surrounding forest with the aid of a hill beneath it, as though the earth is lifting the structure so that it can peer over the wall of its neighbor, which would make the land itself our ally, because that's exactly what we intended to do. Standing in the master bedroom, I gaze through the sliding glass door that leads out onto the balcony. Beyond its railing lies the ominous compound, a swath of land bounded by a tall fence topped with spiraled razor wire. In its middle stands the mansion itself, Gothic and menacing, adorned with dark spires that extend like spears into the gathering night. The last light of dusk colors the tip of each spire red, giving the impression they've stabbed at the belly of the heavens and drawn its blood. It's strange to think that in that building, blood mages and likely the rest of my pack wait. I don't know if they're working together as friends, if they're prisoners, or if they're some uncontrollable violent force like the rest of my pack. And maybe I won't know until we get in there. I just hope I can save some of them, I think, as I stare at the miserable structure. Looks nice, I say glibly, making fun in an effort to combat the chill worming down my spine.
Looks like a hotbed of magical activity,
says Orson, seated at the vanity. An assortment of cosmetic products have been shoved to its perimeter to clear a space for his computer. Braxton slaps a hand against his back.
Nice workstation. When you're done, you can powder up.
I don't think I could be any prettier, Orson rejoins. He looks up at Braxton.
You, on the other hand,
Braxton smirks.
Smartass.
Orson returns his focus on his computer again, agile digits tap dancing over the keys.
That's what got me here, intelligence.
Speaking of, says Max, retrieving a pair of binoculars from his bag.
What sort of intel have you been able to gather?
He tosses the binoculars to his brother and nods at the balcony. As Braxton slides back the door, inviting a cool breeze into the bedroom, Orson replies,
Suboptimal.
What can we really know when we can't see in the damn place? I have a number of powers, but seeing through walls isn't amongst them.
Have they got some sort of magic blocker around the place?
Max asks, joining Braxton on the balcony. Braxton lifts the binoculars to his eyes and slowly surveys the compound.
The substance of the intel,
says Orson.
I should have specified. I'm able to review the signatures with remarkable clarity. In fact, the tool's never been clearer.
Giddiness seeps into his voice.
I actually managed to fine-tune the aperture so that it eliminates excess noise, often misinterpreted as the fading edges of magic use, thereby making each figure distinct both from one another and the historical background. In other words, A pristine live image. Even now, I'm watching the inhabitants of that mansion move about in real time. Numbers, Orson, Max demands impatiently. This sours Orson's mood, not because of the curtness of Max's request, but for the answer he's about to give. Still waiting on an exact count, but dozens. I watch over his shoulder while he runs a few programs on the live map, returning data I have no clue how to interpret. After scanning the information, Orson relays its bottom line. They're powerful. I could have told him that. How powerful? Max inquires. Orson puts it into context, coining a new unit of measurement. Collectively, about 3.5 Simons. 3.5? Shit. It's worse than I thought. Splendid, I say, drifting over towards the balcony. Less than a Simon for us each to tackle. But spread across several structures, says Braxton. Not a tactical nightmare, but not exactly an ideal situation. Let me see, I say, reaching for the binoculars. He narrates while I peer through the magnifying lenses. You've got the main building, sitting pretty in the middle, but then surrounding it are about a half dozen others, likely housing support staff, maybe rooms for guest spillover. Then, of course, they're keeping their hostages, your pack members, somewhere on the compound. Where would be your guess? Max asks. In the basement, I suggest easily, recalling the dark, damp confines of my own imprisonment. Braxton nods. Valuable assets you keep close to the chest. Stow them in the most fortified position. I don't exactly like the idea of calling my pack members assets, but I guess they are here. And I guess I can't exactly be too sensitive when we're in the middle of a life-or-death mission. So, in order to free them, we have to penetrate deep into enemy territory, Max states. After we get through my brother and a pack of blood mages, I add. Sounds easy enough, says Orson, shutting his computer. Trouble suddenly races into the bedroom, having busied himself with the smells of every room in the rented house, and leaps onto the bed. He stares at his owner and barks once, as if delivering a brief missive. I stiffen. By now I've realized that Trouble isn't like a normal dog. Everything he does is for a reason. Braxton straightens his back, apparently having understood with perfect clarity the intention behind Trouble's bark. Someone's here, he says, his voice low. Tension grips the room in the silence that follows. We perk our lupine ears to foreign sounds, picking out the noises that don't belong. When the doorbell rings, it might as well be a heavy metal pot clattering on the tile floor on the kitchen downstairs. I jump, then immediately clear my throat and don a scowl in an effort to conceal my skittishness. Please don't let it be them. It can't be them. We've done nothing to give our position away. I need to calm down. I need to be logical, like my men. Max's gaze connects with each of ours before he moves into the hallway. We all fall in line behind him and descend quietly to the first floor. Max approaches the front door and the rest of us fan out like a squad of Black Ops soldiers. Which, I suppose, is what we are, isn't it? A quiet growl emits from Trouble's throat as he and his owner watch Max raise his hand to the lock. Orson stands beside me, his even breaths gently puffing against my neck. If we weren't all expecting some kind of saboteur right now, I'd probably be turned on. Alright, I'm a little turned on anyway. Sometimes the division between fear and arousal thins to the width of a razor blade. It's just our contact, Max says, peering through the opaque diamond-shaped window in the top third of the door. I'd recognize that frame anywhere. He swings open the door and greets the man on the other side. Thomas, come in. Thomas, the big, bald enforcer with the booming voice, strides into the rented house and nods to each of us. Evening, he says.
Just the image of him takes me back to the day we'd come to that town. To the day when my brother had created the web around the town, filling the whole space with darkness. Bodies littered the ground. He nearly killed Max, and I learned that he was lost forever. Braxton squeezes the back of my arm gently, and I refocus on the present, realizing that not only has my breathing grown ragged, but trouble staring, sitting at attention in front of me. I reach down and pet the dog, grateful for the grounding presence of both him and my man. Max invites Thomas into the living room with the sweep of his arm. Thomas plods from the foyer to the couch, taking up half of it when he sits down.
"Wasn't easy securing this place,"
he says, as though we, the crew on a suicide mission, should be grateful for the accommodations. I bet it cost you more if you were sending your men to die in that mansion. The blood mages are quietly causing problems all over our country, as any illegal cult that doesn't fall into the bounds of any other group. These men should be kissing our feet for taking the bastards on for them. But I don't say any of that. It won't do any good. Besides, I know that's not why he's here. We follow him into the living room, all of us too uneasy to take seats.
"What news have you got for us, Thomas?"
says Max, cutting the bullshit. Thomas swivels his head, passing his gaze between the four of us. Once he's read the room and found no quarter for his cheery facade, he lets his features sag into an appropriate dour expression. After relaying a brief report on enforcer actions in the last town, he retrieves from his pocket a white envelope.
"I have here 4 tickets to the hottest ball in town."
I look across at Max, then Braxton. Both twins wear an identical expression of bemusement. It's one of those moments where their relationship sticks out like a sore thumb, if I ever had any doubts. Orson looks almost delighted, as though this sudden turn means an escape from our duty into a frilly social engagement. For his part, Trouble looks merely hungry and curious when he might be served dinner, yet he's still behaving as the good boy he is. Max snatches the envelope from Thomas's hand and fishes out several black tickets featuring silver embossed letters.
"What is this?"
he asks.
"Quite literally your ticket into the lion's den,"
says Thomas.
"I assume this is the little party the blood mage you've been tracking referenced in his, message."
I recall the note stabbed into the corpse of a gruesomely murdered blood pack member, Simon's sickeningly gleeful invitation to a slaughter.
"Next door they're hosting a party. All the well-to-do magical inhabitants of North Rapids and the broader Royal Creek area receive those."
With his broad reach, he taps his index to the 4 strips of black cardstock fanned like a poker hand in Max's grip.
"We've got a few supernatural allies in the region who pass theirs off to us."
"We're going to just walk right in there?" I ask, shocked. I'd pictured so many different ways this would go. None of them involved being invited right in. It sounded better, easier. So why do I still feel so uneasy? Thomas rises from the couch with an exaggerated grunt, like an old man struggling out of his recliner. Then he turns to me and replies,
"Yep, you'll walk right in. Nice, huh?"
He walks halfway to the door, pauses, then whirls back. The angle of his face suggests guilt as he says,
"The enforcers have been given the order to stand down until you're through with your part."
He sighs through flared nostrils, then adds,
"I shouldn't be telling you this, but, well, damn it, Max, you've been a hell of an agent. Word is we're cleanup detail."
He bows his head, then ducks out. Been a hell of an agent. Past tense. That sticks with me. Like Thomas thought he was already speaking with ghosts.
"Cleanup detail?"
Orson questions, staring at the tickets in Max's hand, or perhaps through them into a hopeless future. He explains,
"They'll sweep up the bodies when the killing's through."
Tension sings between us as his words sink in. I force a smile. A lot of people have counted me out, and I've proved them wrong. Braxton smirks, but it doesn't reach his eyes.
Me too.
Orson and Max exchange a look, and Max says,
Enforcers are dumbasses.
and we all laugh, even if deep down we're terrified. Chapter 10. Asha. I pinch the gauzy fabric of the dress's skirt with both hands, holding it out to the sides, and think to myself, there are worse outfits to die in. After Thomas stopped by, another pair of enforcers dropped off our outfits for tomorrow night's ball. Tuxedos for the gentleman, a blue gown for the lady. They dangle from hangers in the closet, pretty and pristine. That won't last. It's almost funny that the enforcers thought enough to make sure we were properly dressed. I guess they're not willing to lend manpower to our mission, but pretty dresses are okay. I wish I could kick whoever was in charge. Max steps out of the bathroom in a puff of steam that curls away from his sheened physique. He's the last of us to shower, meaning it's almost time to turn in. It's our last night before the big event, and I can sense our nerves twisted up in knots. I don't know how easily sleep will come tonight, but I know we need it. At the foot of the bed, Trouble's already found his way into dreamland. Lucky hound. Orson works at the vanity, tapping away on his keyboard, trying to extract the most accurate count of enemy combatants occupying the compound as more come and others leave. I come up behind him, dangling my arms over his shoulders, then slouch forward to reach my hands down his delectable front. He's shirtless, his skin still warm and wet from his shower. My fingertips outline each of his pronounced abdominal muscles.
That feels nice,
he says. For the both of us. And it does. I never thought I was a woman who loved muscles until these men. Now, I just can't get enough of them. And knowing they're my mates makes it all the better. My mates. Me. I have mates. I consider doing more to Orson. My mind wanders over the possibility of letting my hand slip further down his stomach and into his pants, but the screen distracts me. All the purple outlines of blood mages. Several dozens of them make me start to feel anxious. Fear creeps in, crowding out my libido. There's so many of them. And my men are going to face them just for me. There's some whisper in the back of my mind that says that when it comes to this mission, I only care about rescuing my people, who are likely still prisoners to the blood mages. But after seeing the death and destruction that the mages and my people are capable of, I also want to protect the world from that. This mission is a way to make sure that the blood mages can never experiment on anyone ever again. They'll never come into someone's happy home and torch it. This mission should be the last thing I have to do to be free from an enemy that I fear, and to save the last of my people. It's a lot, but I think some part of me always thought a day like this would come. It just bothers me that my men have to be part of it, and that I know they need to be part of it. As much as I wish I could do this alone, I don't think I can. Even though I'll be endangering their lives. I withdraw my arms from Orson and retreat to the king-size bed, propped up against its headboard. I start to worry about Simon, about facing off against two enemies at once, about the myriad ways this operation could go sideways. Panic stalks the perimeter of my consciousness, circling, ready to seize control. I'm going to kill my brother. I have to protect my men. Anything could happen. There'll be blood, death, destruction. My pulse picks up. The room fades away. Dark pictures uncurl in my mind of the horrors I endured while being tortured, and then more images come of what the blood mages could do to my men. Flashes appear in my mind of Orson, Braxton, and Max suffering, dying. Their faces masks of pain, life fading from their eyes. Braxton comes quickly to my side, calming hands pressed into my back, but it's like he's far away.
Where are you?
He says, his words cutting through my panic.
You're safe, in this bedroom with your mates.
Safe in this bedroom. Right. I'm here. Not there. I can do this. I can handle this. But the images are still there. My heartbeat fills my ears and I'm trying, but it's like being underwater when you don't know which way is up and which way is down. Max and Orson join us and shortly I'm cocooned by warm shifters, sitting all around me on the bed. As it so happens, it's a successful method of warding off panic attacks, even if I feel dumb that I need their help, dumb that I can't handle this thing on my own.
Think about what happens next,
says Max gently, a smile teasing the corners of his mouth.
After tomorrow night.
I try to focus on the future, a life after the violence, but the impending showdown raises an insurmountable wall. Tell me, I say. I can't see it. Show it to me.
Well,
says Max thoughtfully.
I think it starts with a home.
A home? I've longed for a home every day since I lost mine. What would one even look like? Braxton and Orson nod in agreement.
Yep, good place to start.
Braxton agrees, rubbing my back lightly.
A nice one, but nothing pretentious.
Max continues, his voice a comforting lull.
Or overbearing.
A place where we can all relax, not a place in constant need of attention. I smile, even though my smile feels weak and shaky. Good call. I tap out after 30 minutes of dusting.
No more than an acre for us to mow,
says Braxton.
I can see myself mowing a lawn with a beer in one hand, jamming to some music, but I'm not exactly in the mood to become a farmer.
Exactly. A manageable, cozy, pleasant home, says Max. Can you see it? I nod. And I am. It's starting to take shape.
One with good internet access,
Orson adds, looking truly thoughtful.
And nooks full of books, and maybe a few places my wolf can lay in the sunshine without being disturbed.
I picture that, and more images come to my mind, of Orson tapping away on his computer while I dance in the kitchen, of wolves lying in puddles of sunlight around the house, and big chairs sitting by shelves of books, just beckoning to be read. Max's gentle voice comes again.
Good. What else do you see there, Asha? Help me out.
It's easier to do than I would have thought. In my mind's eye, I broaden the scope of the fantasy to include the surrounding neighborhood. We're living alongside all the surviving Blood Pack members. We're all together again, like we used to be. It's a community, a family. Maybe a little broken, but we're being put back together piece by piece.
That sounds nice,
says Orson, a comment that would sound sarcastic coming from anyone else.
I was also hoping we might cultivate a garden. Perhaps a few crops of tomatoes, cucumbers, pumpkins in the fall. I've always wanted to harvest fresh produce.
The brothers look at him curiously.
When you spend years eating prison gruel, these are the sorts of dreams you harbor. Besides, I've always been good with plants.
Fair enough, says Braxton. He pauses, then continues. I like the idea of a garden too, but I definitely want to be able to take those damn pumpkins to some competitions. I don't want any tiny, delicate pumpkins. Orson grins.
Man-sized pumpkins, got it.
I like it, I say, smiling. What else?
We live alongside a forest, says Braxton. Woods with hiking trails so we can take Trouble out on long walks. Places our wolves can run around with Trouble and not be seen.
Trouble perks his ears in his sleep, not quite awake, but nearly roused by his name. Yes, I say, someplace swaddled in forest, like I remember growing up.
And a house with plenty of rooms,
says Braxton. Plenty of rooms, I repeat, turning to look at him in confusion. He looks back at me like the reason is obvious. And of course it is, but it takes me a second to realize. because my life's been so chaotic up to this point that children have been as far from my mind as they could possibly get. But we're looking into the future, beyond the dark wall of tomorrow, where anything is possible. Anything we could want, we have there, in that fantasy future. Do I want children? The boys watch my face closely, and they feel awkward under so much scrutiny. But deep down, I find my answer. I do. I want children. How many children do you suppose we'll have? I ask. At least 3?
3's a good number,
says Braxton.
So is 5.
5? I laugh. 5 is a lot.
I'll build a tire swing in the front yard,
he promises.
We'll need a sturdy tree in the front yard then,
says Max, and I can almost see him picturing it.
A willow,
Orson posits.
I've always found them so majestic.
A willow it is, says Max, like it's just that easy. As we descend into this rabbit hole painting a portrait of our ideal future, I lie back against the mattress and the boys start teasing my body with roaming fingertips. Braxton traces the veins of my forearm while Max strokes the underside of my chin with the back of his index. Orson lifts my shirt to dance his nimble fingers along my midriff. They set off a chain reaction that begins with a tingling across the surface of my body, coalescing as a deep ache between my legs. I begin stripping articles and depositing them over the edge of the mattress, granting more flesh to their collective touch. Each follows suit until we're 4 nude bodies entangled on the bed, myself as the focal point around which they revolve. Bliss mounts a counter-offensive to rout the fear. With every kiss and caress, it advances until the dread that overtook me flitters off like sheets of paper on the wind. We make love, Max, Orson, and Braxton occupying my body in various arrangements until we've all sated our hunger. Then my eyes close to provide the screen onto which dreams may project. Tomorrow might be hard, but at least we had today. Chapter 11.
Max. The day drags at an agonizingly slow pace until it's time to get ready, and suddenly the minutes speed past. Are we ready? By all outward appearances, the answer is yes. I stand before the floor-length mirror in the guest bedroom downstairs to inspect the fit of my tux. It looks good. I'm shocked for a minute that the enforcers were able to get a suit that fits so perfectly, until I recall that the enforcers retain every bit of information about their agents they can scrounge. It's unsettling. I'll have to make sure to never make an enemy out of them. My phone rings and I answer it before it has a chance to ring again. Hello. It's the boss man. Of course it is. He's nervous about this operation. There are too many eyes on it. My superiors wanted me to make your agenda clear. Here it comes. Blood Mage Alpha. Simon. But they don't need to know that. Needs to be killed at all costs. The other blood mages would prefer you kill as well, but the enforcers will be there to act as cleanup as long as the threat has been neutralized. That means the blood mages can be dead or close to dead, but they don't want to risk their people on the blood mages if they're too powerful for us to handle. If we die and the mission fails, they'll still deal with them at a later date, one at a time. They have to, because the death and havoc they've been unleashing on the country won't go unexplained by the humans forever. It's bad enough the rumors have been circling about the blood mages amongst the supernaturals, and the heat is being turned up on the enforcers. I understand. He sighs. In the last week alone, a blood mage slaughtered an old vampire family and robbed them of their wealth. Another pulled the limbs off a shifter woman when she rejected him. Another burned down an office building, trapping everyone inside. These monsters are cocky as fuck. They think they're untouchable. We don't know why they've become so powerful, but they have to be dealt with. Each attack is becoming worse than the last. The boss says they're fucking spitting in our faces and daring us to try them. The thing is, if you can't succeed with this asset's help, we don't know what we're going to do. This has to work. Got it. My stomach churns. The enforcers are scared. And the expectation is that you do succeed, Max. All eyes are on you now. Can't promise what will happen to you or your team if you fail your mission. A warning and a threat. Great. Understood. He's quiet. I get the sense he wants to say more. Be careful out there. Yes, sir. The call ends, and I slip my phone into my pocket trying not to focus on his words. I hear rustling from down the hall, the sound of horseplay. I poke my head out and call down. You two better not be wrinkling your tuxedos. Orson stumbles into view from the kitchen. He clears a playful grin from his lips and smooths his hair with both hands. Showing your brother a few stretches. Braxton enters the hall to hook an arm around Orson's neck. In return for a few moves. I shake my head. At least they're getting along. I just hope it's not at the expense of the mission. Jitters take many forms. I learned that during my time in the service. Those that exercised them through play fared better than those who wallowed in dread. How's everything fit? I ask. They turn to one another and adjust each other's bow ties. You look spiffy, Orson, Braxton says in a proper little voice. Dapper as any man's ever looked, Braxton, Orson says, giving a little bow. You'd think they were headed to prom instead of battle. In their defense, this is a peculiar way to meet the enemy. Even I don't know exactly how to process it, how to feel. I rummage for the pre-mission angst, but where it would ordinarily be found, I discover only focus. That should be reassuring, yet I can't shake the sense I've missed something. And it's this mystery that finally sets off my nerves. We're going in blind. No matter how many times Orson runs the program, we can't verify the count. We don't know the exact layout of the compound, nor at what point in the proceedings Simon intends to make his entrance. There are just too many variables. But I've already decided no member of our team, of our pack, is going to die tonight. No matter the cost to the mission. It's antithetical to enforcer philosophy, but I'm no longer an enforcer first. I'm Asha's mate above everything. Asha and her well-being take precedent. Last night's flight of fancy has congealed in my thoughts to become my singular goal. The charming house of an acre of land, next to the woods, neighborhood by the blood pack. The tire swing hanging from the bough of a willow tree in the front yard. The 3 to 5 children and all the noise and wonderful nuisance that come with them. Heaven. Nobody will take this from us. Not the enforcers. Not the blood mages. Not Simon. Or whatever the fuck has replaced Asha's brother. Tonight, I lead my team to victory. There is no other path. The man in the mirror looks back at me with a cold and resolute stare. At his sides hang fists squeezed into hard balls, fingers tucked neatly into palms, knuckles white and ready to strike. In his eyes lurked the pacing beast of his wolf, snarling with its hackles raised and head lowered. I step out of the bedroom to join Braxton and Orson in the kitchen. Listen, nobody dies tonight. I tell them, not mincing words. Not even blood mages? Braxton asks, sparing a wise-ass smirk. I don't let him distract me. At the first whiff of real danger to any of us, we abort. They flick their eyes at one another, then back to me. The objective, Orson starts. Fuck the objective, I say, emphatically cutting him off. The objective is last night's dream, got it? Nothing else matters now. The only way to get to that dream is to free her pack and handle Simon. But that doesn't mean it needs to be done tonight. If we can't do it safely, we don't do it. I know it's not what Asha wants, but it's the truth. If you go into a mission thinking that you have to accomplish your task, no matter the situation, you'll likely end up dead. If you prepare yourself to pivot as needed and understand that you just need to live to fight another day, things change. We just need to do our best and survive. We can't fight another day if we don't survive. I tell them, emphasizing each word. Each inspects his own heart to find the same priority written there. They both nod. Sure, says Braxton. Pack overall, says Orson. I pulled them together in a huddle. Pack overall, I echo.
What are you boys conspiring about?
The huddle breaks as we turn to watch Asha descend the stairs. By some magic foreign to me, she's gathered up all the light in the room to wear its radiance like an accessory. Stunning. It's the only word for it, but perhaps breathtaking, as the air suddenly seems scarce. When's the last time I felt this intimidated by a woman? Likely never. The blue dress she wears falls around her like a flower. Its delicate petals are like tears of a waterfall as they stream down her body. The blue fabric is gathered above one leg, revealing the beauty of her flesh. It has a low neckline and thin straps, and the pale fabric floating over her pale skin is perfection. She reaches the first floor like an angel descending from heaven. Stilettoed feet delicately lighting on the carpet. You look incredible, I whisper. For some reason, volume feels irreverent, so I make my voice as soft and gentle as her presence. Amazing, Braxton adds. Superb, exquisite, ravishing, spellbinding. Asha presses her index against Orson's lips.
Thank you, Orson, but the stunned look on your face is enough.
His cheeks flush. Beautiful. She gives him a soft peck, then one to both of us, before stepping back to review our presentation.
So handsome,
she says, her eyes sparkling.
Tuxedos suit you well.
If only this was an actual ball. I think of the violence to come and it taints the moment. Asha spies the dark cloud overhanging me and steps in to banish it with a kiss. But when we separate, I see its mirror image held aloft by her own reserve. I clasp her face between my hands. No tragedies tonight. Her voice quivering, she replies,
I don't think you can make that promise, Max.
Yet I'm making it to you. No matter what I have to do, I'm going to make sure you all leave safely. At the first sign of real trouble, we abort. The dog chimes in with a soft ruff. Not you, Trouble, says Braxton, slackening the tension. You have a new bone to focus on. That's your responsibility. His teasing tone doesn't distract me from my message. We all need to be on the same page. They need to understand. Things will only get worse if I call for a retreat and one of us doesn't listen. I wouldn't trade our team for anything. But I haven't properly trained them to understand how important it is to obey. Obeying a line of command keeps you alive when you have the right commander. And I'm the right commander for us. I think. I hope. Seriously. I stare into her honey brown eyes. We're all walking out of there, and not a scratch on you. I flick my gaze south to her dress. Or this hot number. I want it to look just like this when I rip it off you later. There. Who says I'm all enforcer? Hey now. Braxton protests, grinning. Who says you get the privilege? It would be a shame to see something so trivial come between brothers. Orson feigns sincerity as he drops a hand on my shoulder, then Braxton's, passing his gaze between us. Which is why it is I who will do the ripping. Some of the worry fades from Asha's face, and she smiles. The kind of smile that men move mountains for.
Maybe it can be a Thanksgiving wishbone type deal.
Asha offers.
You all grab hold at the same time, then tear. The man who comes away with the most fabric gets the first kiss.
Her words settle between us. When Asha is calm, we're all calm. She's the connection between us all. See, that's thinking, says Braxton. Our mate's one of a kind. A wise solution, Orson agrees, and his gaze holds a lifetime of love as it falls on her. The light mood belies the night's grave task. When Asha glances at the clock, its hands read 7:42, and it's a reminder of what we must do. Her expression rearranges, not quite dour, something closer to determination. Are we all ready then? Braxton asks, giving Trouble a little pet before handing the dog his bone once more. It felt like it, but I was forgetting something important.
Before we go,
she says hesitantly.
I should probably feed.
Yes, of course that was it. Her magic is integral to our plan. She needs to be properly fed, so her magic will be at its most powerful.
And leave you guys a little time to eat and rest before we go,
she adds. I look at my brother and then Orson, who then look at each other before loosening their collars. Asha approaches me first, but before I offer my throat up to her canines, I reiterate my stance. You've given enough, Asha. Don't give the little you have left. Between the words is my plea that she not martyr herself. She nods in understanding. I hold her gaze in the hopes that my urgency transfers. I mean it, Asha. I refuse to lose you. She hovers close, heat from her breath spilling along the slope of my neck. The tips of her sharpened teeth at first graze the flesh, then sink in a swift plunge, like getting a shot. The pinch gives way to titillation. 1,000 ants tap dancing beneath the flesh around the wound, their number doubling with every passing second until the feeling envelops me. My whole body slips into a state of deep relaxation and pleasure. Though past feedings have precipitated sexual encounters, we're all business tonight. When she finishes with me, she moves on to my brother, then Orson, each in turn allowing the pleasure to pass through them, then, in its wake, steeling themselves for the action to come. As the blood makes its way back into my brain, I turn to the others. Ready? Asha smiles.
First eat and rest, then we go.
I don't argue, because, like I said, this isn't going to be a suicide mission for us. We're going to go in strong, no matter what it takes. And we're going to survive. Even if the odds are against us.
Chapter 12. Asha. Dark magic enfolds the mansion like an invisible dome, and I feel its nauseating powers the moment the wheels of our SUV roll past the gate. Orson notices when I clutch my stomach and clench my jaw, and he leans forward from the back seat to ask, "Are you all right?" I nod and bite back the queasiness. It's only a moment before I acclimate, and the dark magic takes on an alarming allure, like Satan offering his hand to lead you into a world of wicked pleasure. I'll stab him in the eye instead. The magic I can ignore, but it's everything else that will be tricky. I take slow, even breaths and focus on where I am and who I'm with. The blood mages will be powerful, but I can handle them. Whatever happened to my people, I can help them get better. And Simon? I can kill him, because I don't have another choice. His time has come. Sweet Simon with the goofy grin. Sweet Simon, who used to grab my hand as we laughed and ran through our town. He's gone forever. I can lay his body to rest. Earpiece check, Max says, drawing me back to where we are. Everybody hear my voice in their head?
Like a gnat buzzing in my ear,
Braxton teases. He's leaning back, as if relaxed, but I can sense the tension singing through his big form. I press my finger to the device and ensure that it's hidden deep enough in my ear canal that no one will notice. It is, even though it feels weird.
Good?
Asks Max, removing his eyes from the Lambo ahead of us to check in with me. I hear his voice twice, once from the air, the warm baritone with the power to thrill me, then again after a millisecond delay, stripped of its bass and made tinny. I nod. Good.
Loud and clear,
says Orson.
Obviously be discreet,
Max cautions. And for God's sake, nobody touch your ear when you're talking. This isn't a movie. Ahead of us, the Lambo's doors slice upwards, and a pair of sexy vampires step out into the moonlight. The driver casually tosses his keys to a young valet who catches them mid-hustle while rounding the hood. The flashy, squat wedge of a car pulls away and we take its spot.
"Here we go,"
says Orson. The valet service descends on us, opening each of our 4 doors. A slight boy, likely no older than 18, offers his hands to me. I refuse, hopping out of the seat indecorously. He spares me a split second of side-eye before his duties call him towards the next car in line. Okay, so I guess this dress is working for me. Hopefully that won't be the only thing that goes well tonight. The 4 of us gather before the entrance, where a butler in a tailcoat smiles at us with a faint air of impatience. Max presents him with the tickets, their gold-embossed text flashing as they change hands. The butler gives each of the 4 tickets a quick inspection before disappearing them behind his back. Did he slip them into a pocket or use magic to burst them into flames? He bows and sweeps his hand towards the front door of the mansion, saying,
"Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy."
Yeah, right. With a hand against the small of my back, Max whisks me through the foyer, down a hall and into the soiree. The interior is lavishly cavernous, with a vaulted ceiling whose gilded beams glimmer by the light of the enormous chandelier. Beneath its nest of crystal shards, a marble floor spans ballroom to lounge, the whole of it covered in guests. I can sense the vampires, the shifters, and every variety of other supernatural, not just by their sense, but by the power they emanate. Among them are the blood mages, who stick out to my heightened senses. Their magic is far more powerful, but also dark, tainted, and unsettling, leading me to wonder if they've used their powers recently. The blood my mates have given freely enhances my extrasensory awareness, gives me a wider range, allows me to pick up on the subtlest presence of magic in my surroundings. It's like my senses have been amplified to the maximum, and now I simply need to work on staying focused, even though the dark magic in this place is anything but subtle. It throbs and pulsates in the air, like the thumping bass at an electro dance hall, vibrating the floor beneath my feet, vibrating in my chest, whispering for the dark magic within me to answer the call. My eyes narrow as I scan over them. The blood mages bask in its corrupting power. The men and women stand about the room, laughing and smiling, drunk on their power. Mages have never been like this. They were men and women with enough power to make their lives a little easier, but certainly not dangerous. They were looked down upon by most other supernaturals. I don't know what changed with these mages, but they turned themselves into something else. Something powerful, illegal, and awful all at once. I want nothing more than to cut short their indulgence with swift, lethal justice. But I suppress vengeful Asha, cage her for a later time, placate her with a promise. Don't go off half-cocked. I told Max I'd be careful, and I would be.
"Let's split up,"
says Max.
"Our first objective is to locate the members of Asha's blood pack. 2 teams. Braxton, go with Orson. Asha, come with me."
Max leads me by the hand into the ballroom while Braxton and Orson peel off towards the lounge. They don't answer. They don't need to. Max is leading this mission, even if I'll be butt-fisting these assholes with my powers soon. We mingle with the crowd, a blur of suits and dresses, a potpourri of magic, a gaudy display of wealth and privilege. We circle the ballroom, surveying the crowd like we're just casually enjoying the beauty of the night and the sights of the wealthy.
"What's your blood mage head count?"
Max whispers. 12, I answer, having picked them easily out of the throng. A lot, maybe too many. It all depends on how powerful they are, as each mage has a different level of abilities. Still, it's more than I wanted. Except I shouldn't care, as long as it's all of them.
"How can you tell?"
Braxton asks, his voice like an AM radio frequency nestled into my ear. I stare at the last blood mage I clocked, A man with silver hair and bleached teeth, and whiff the stench of his putrid magic with supercharged powers of my lupine olfactory. I've got their scent. I growl. The silver-haired blood mage whispers in the ear of a raven-haired witch less than half his age at what he thinks is a discreet volume, but their conversation is anything but private.
Oh, the magic I could show you,
he boasts cryptically. Before she has a chance to flirt back, the lights suddenly cut out. Darkness. Sharp inhalation of oncoming panic. Prickling of cold sweat on my brow. It's okay. This is all probably part of the night. Relax. Stay calm until you're sure. My eyes rapidly adjust. My wolf compensating for weak human sight. My supernatural vision carves each individual figure out of the mass. I'm ready to shift if needed. But suddenly a bright light flares in the ballroom. Flame. Neon green in color, swirls overhead, churning like water caught in a vortex. Tongues of fire chase themselves in circles, a widening gyre that gradually spreads across the ceiling. The initial fear ebbs into wonder as the audience discovers its source. In the center of the ballroom, a mage lifts her hands above her head, feeding the hypnotic display, a showman's smile on her lips. A literal magic show. I laugh at myself and coax my wolf back from the edge. A sheet of levitating fire undulates above. Embers like glinting emeralds drip and fade out of existence before they have a chance to scorch the revelers below. The mage lifts her voice to address the room. Good evening. Find a partner, everyone. It's time to dance. Music drifts through the air with no discernible origin, as if leaking from the walls or perhaps woven into the flames. The attendees in the ballroom begin pairing off to dance.
Come on,
says Max.
We won't find the blood pack in here.
But I overhear the silver-haired blood mage speaking with the young witch again.
Our magic was crafted by an almighty mage, the most powerful blood mage, he says.
Is that so? She says, her voice sultry and smooth. Come here, I say to Max, grabbing his hand and pulling him into me. We adopt the posture of the couple surrounding us, my hands on his shoulders, his holding my waist. As we sway and rotate slowly like teens during a slow dance, I direct us into the orbit of the indiscreet mage.
What are we doing?
Asks Max. Shh, I'm trying to listen. I roll my eyes to the right to indicate the pretty witch and the lecherous old mage dancing beside us.
It's a little known secret, says the mage, that our power emanates from a single locus.
Is that true? My thoughts spin. It can't be, can it? Where's that? Asks the witch. The blood mage merely grins and bounces one of his eyebrows mischievously. The witch's curiosity boils over. Come on, you can trust that I'm loyal to the blood mages. She pairs this with a little more contact, pressing her body against his, guiding his hand down from the small of her back to the mound of her ass. Power excites me. The mage laughs like a moan in the back of his throat.
I can tell. Of course, I can't tell you about our power, but I think I have a consolation prize. Come a little closer, love, and I'll share another secret with you.
She lifts her face to his and he claims her lips with a slobbery hunger that makes me turn away in disgust.
Ick.
Okay, so I'm not going to gather some incredible secret tonight, but it has me thinking. I have no idea where our powers come from. I thought it was just like other supernaturals, but maybe I'm wrong.
What do you make of that?
Asks Max. I shrug. Could be a lie. Wouldn't put anything past a guy like that when he's trying to bag some booty.
But you're not convinced it's bullshit?
No, I'm not. There's a strange ring of truth to it. like I heard that possibility before. I shake my head. No. The wheels start turning. A source. Maybe a weakness. Chapter 13. Asha. In every direction in the mansion, the blood mages employ an arsenal of tricks to impress their supernatural guests. Fire leaps across rooms in various shapes. Wolves, dragons, monsters of their own invention. They've eschewed traditional lights in favor of supernatural alternatives. To pair with the ballroom's fiery ceiling, they've created sparkling displays where light rains like glitter over the enamored crowd. It all makes me feel gross and angry. These mages have used this same magic to kill and hurt and maim. Now, they use it to entertain just as easily? Monsters like them should be locked away in the darkest of prison cells, left forgotten for eternity, or their lives should end. They shouldn't be drinking, laughing, dancing, and playing like everything they did to my people meant nothing to them. I see their twisted souls. They can't escape their fates. It's strange. My brother is coming here to kill them. Probably to kill everyone. And the mages deserve it. I almost want to let him finish with them, so I'll only have him left to deal with, but I have a feeling things won't be that easy. This place is going to turn into a bloodbath before the night is done. If I could warn the people here, I would. But I can't. It may be yet another thing that haunts me, but I have to stay focused. This is our plan, and it's the only one we've got. Max and I move from the ballroom into the dining hall, where an enormous table has been converted into a self-serve bar. Luminescent concoctions spill thick fog from silver bowls. Empty chalices stack on both ends with a little sign suggesting guests take them home as souvenirs. I snatch one off the top of the pyramid and check its weight with a toss. Heavy, I comment. These aren't cheap. I wonder where all their money comes from, he says quietly. Braxton answers back.
It's blood money, that's all I know.
But Max is distracted by a commotion at the far end of the room. I follow his gaze to a cluster of guests tugging at a door that won't budge. One of them shouts, "The doors are locked!" The woman's words sweep through the crowd and smiles and laughter fade away as others take notice. People begin shuffling towards the nearest exit, probably hoping to prove the one locked door is just a mistake, some kind of misstep made by the foolish servants.
What's going on?
Orson asks through the earpiece. Something bad, maybe? I whisper back. Or maybe it really is just one locked door. We stand carefully by the bar, watching as a few drunken fools drink and laugh while the others continue heading for the open doors. They do so slowly and carefully, like they're not quite worried yet, almost like they just decided to go into another room for no reason at all. Because if they listen to their instincts, they might panic, and then they'll look like fools if everything's okay. But I don't think it's okay. My gut flips, and every muscle in my body stands tight as I let my senses watch over the room. Trouble has come, and not the cute dog. One by one, in quick succession, every door in the dining room slams shut, seemingly of their own volition. Bang, 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 bang. And now we're all locked in. The din of casual conversation twists into frightened murmurs and gasps. Then the lights cut out, and everybody screams. Terror, pungent as a skunk, threads the crowd. In the dark, they fumbled past one another in no particular direction. Behind my own alarm blaring at the forefront of my thoughts, I muse that movement creates the illusion of agency in situations like this. When there's nothing you can do, nowhere you can go, at least you can move your own body. And that's something, I guess. Red balls of plasmatic magic rise up from the spastic crowd. Their light catches everyone at their most terrified, and they pause suddenly, gripped by self-consciousness. Beneath each basketball-sized light rise the arms of a blood mage. When people make this connection, laughter chases away their fright. as though they've all just been made the butt of a joke they've chosen to be gracious about. They look around in anticipation of another blood mage magic show. But I know there'll be no more benign entertainment tonight, because I see the looks on the faces of our hosts, terror-stricken and dazed. They know as much as the rest of them, and I know more. Even though he hasn't revealed himself, I sense his presence. Simon. Or rather, the thing that has consumed my brother. Do we? Max whispers beside me. I shake my head. Let's see it play out. We can't battle Simon and the blood mages. As much as I want to get in there before any innocents can get hurt, I remember what Max said. We need to live. We need to walk away from this. We need that house and that family. And letting them fight first is the best way to do that.
Are you okay?
Braxton sounds off in my ear. We're all right, but he might be here. I don't know if my words get through to them, but I do hope they stay away from this room. Just keep looking for my people. A young blood mage dressed in a black suit with his blonde hair slicked back and an overconfident air lifts out of the crowd like he is attached to an invisible crane. He begins thrashing wildly, disabusing the attendees of the notion this is part of another neat trick. No, something is wrong, and now everyone knows it. "Help me!" he shouts to the other blood mages. Confidently, arrogantly even, they lift their free hands to him, but nothing happens but some seemingly useless sparks of light, and fear comes over their faces in an instant. That's right. This is magic. Magic more powerful than what you possess. When the young mage screams, it cues the audience to scream in kind, a chorus of acute fear at intolerable volume, while his legs kick fruitlessly as if in search of the ground they've been separated from, and his hands reach for his throat, fingers clawing at his Adam's apple. He's choking, face darkening from white to red to plum purple. They say choking happens quickly. It doesn't this time. It's slow and horrible, made even worse by his desperate movements and the way he shreds his throat. If this man wasn't a blood mage, I might even feel sorry for him. Then he stills, and the crowd grows silent. Whatever puppeteering magic holds him aloft has swung him towards one of the light spheres so that we might all get a good look at his death face. The whites of his eyes have turned red. His tongue is distended and protruding out of his mouth, and his throat is scratched, bloody to the point of exposing muscle. He drops, and the crowd clears a space for his dead body to fall.
Simon,
Max says, almost like a curse, which I confirm with the solemnity of my gaze. As though summoned by the malediction of his name, the spindles of Simon's pitch-like mass slither forth from the shadows. Before the crowd can react, the black tentacles penetrate the mass in a hunt for their next victim. They seize a second blood mage, a red-headed woman whose pitiful attempt at defense amounts to a half-charged blast of magic that misfires, ricochets off the ceiling and zings back into the crowd, consuming an innocent warlock in a blaze of fire. Simon's tentacles pick the mage off her feet, indifferent to her protest. They ensnare her limbs and encircle her face, muffling her screams. With the sadism and ease of a child plucking the legs from a spider's body, Simon tears each of her limbs off before crushing her skull. Blood showers over the table before the dismembered pieces of the blood mage's body fall into the punch bowls. A crush of bodies presses outward towards the walls in a bid to escape the hideous monster, but there's no way out. I see his magic, like black curtains hanging before the doors. None are strong enough to peel it back, to wrest control from the unforgiving blob gurgling in the corner of the room, its many squid-like arms poised above their heads.
What's going on?
Comes Braxton's voice through my earpiece, but the signal is made fuzzy, probably by Simon's magic enclosing the room. Much clearer is the sonorous voice emitting from the monster.
What a splendid reunion. Your screams remind me of my own, and the terrified cries of my packmates. Oh, the nostalgia. Memories of that dark, dank dungeon. Let's replicate it to the best of our abilities.
Inky tentacles launch at each of the suspended orbs, piercing them like balloons and cloaking the room in darkness once again. I struggle to make sense of the movements, silhouettes of heads and limbs everywhere, like some nightmarish beast fusing 100 human bodies into one, but I'm not as concerned with them as I am with making sure they don't go anywhere near Max and I. I have to be at the ready, at all times. The cost of doing otherwise would be too great. And then, distinct against the crowd's shape, those oily arms sharpened to lethal needles, scouring for blood mages. Bright flashes banish the dark for mere seconds each time a blood mage launches a counterattack. Their magic fires like comets in the dark room, a bright ball trailing multicolored glitter that blinks quickly out of existence. None faze the monster. The tar swallows them like candy, extinguishing them on impact. These harmless attacks make the task of selecting Simon's targets easy, showing him exactly where to attack. The needles skewer the blood mages, lift and wave them in the air with a sickening relish until the skewers are dangling bodies, dripping with blood over the crowd. "Oh my God!" Someone screams. Everyone screams. It's a cacophony of terror in the dining room, but underneath a reverberating bellow, the war cry of the monster. For a moment, Max and I stand back, watching with shock and awe as Simon makes a meal of the blood mages. I don't know whether to attack Simon or the blood mages, to end them when they're at the lowest or to take him while he's distracted. The former seems to have the latter covered, and yet I feel deep-seated hate for my tormentors, the perpetrators of genocide against my pack. No amount of pleading or vocalized anguish stopped their assault on my people, nor will it solicit my sympathy for them. Fuck you. Die. Is that a voice from within, or Simon speaking to the blood mages? Before I have a chance to make that determination, I notice magic raining from above, the desperate misfires of skewered blood mages. It burns like acid on the flesh of their guests. I have to do something. Raising my arms, I summon a shield of silver magic. It spreads like a protective force field over the guests, blocking the shots of blood mage magic. Silver glows all around us, seeming to quiet the screams of the blood mages until they quiet. Their magic stops, and they still above us. The people within the shield have grown quiet, cowering on the ground, but I know it's not over. It's just begun. The blood mages are dead. Simon flings their bodies from his tentacles, hurling them against the walls like rag dolls. I meet his green eyes, but not his green eyes. They're the irradiated eyes of the monster, glowing, furious, directing their hate at me. Shit. In his deep, gurgling voice, he says, "Weak." Anticipating what comes next, I dissolve the shield, bring my palms together, and channel all my energy into a beam of silver light. It burrows into the mire, and the many tentacles shrink back into the main body. But it doesn't peel away from the body hidden inside. My brother is still held in the center of the muck, serving as its heart. Instead, it retaliates. Green magic meets my silver and presses back against it, almost like a fountain spraying horizontally. And it's gaining. I'm going to lose, unless I succumb to the voice of dark magic. Max says my name from somewhere beside me. I continue channeling my silver magic even while it shrinks further back inside me, and the green magic advances. My teeth clench together. The room sways ever so slightly. What do I do? If I use the dark magic, can I come back from it? And do I even have a choice? Chapter 14.
Braxton. I hope Max and Usha are okay. Orson leads us through the maze of hallways in the mansion's basement, trying to focus on the mission when I'm worried about the people I love most in this world. Are you sure you know where we're going? I ask him. He looks back with a smug grin and taps a finger to his temple. I studied the maps produced by my algorithm so that I could etch them into my memory. I know exactly where we're going, although we'll be provided with more detailed information the closer we get. Static hisses in my ear. I wince and dig out the comms piece to examine it. Have you heard anything since our last attempt at contact? I ask. Orson shakes his head. Only random bursts of static. I recall the haunting split-second soundbite, a garbled noise that nevertheless sent a shiver down my spine. I wrote it off. Some signal interference. But in the back of my thoughts, I can't shake the feeling something awful is happening. Because it didn't just sound like interference. Beneath the hissing blanket of static, it sounded almost as if terror. The haunting cry of panic, of shock fading quickly into fear. But there's no verification, only the dread whispering in my thoughts. If I based my field decision on dread, I wouldn't be here today. I have to trust that Max and Usha have their end covered and push on with Orson to clear the basement, no matter how hard it is to do. We make another turn, follow along another dimly lit corridor. They seem to be getting dimmer, danker, more ominous. It's almost as if the longer we spend wandering them, the more they decay. I feel like I'm in someone's nightmare. It would be my own, but I have this peculiar sense that I'm subsumed under someone else's fear. But after learning what the blood mages had done to Usha, I know these people are capable of anything. Wherever they live, fear and pain will follow, so this place will be no different. I just hope if we find Usha's pack, we'll not only be able to save them from their prison, but also from the things the blood mages have done to them. Orson comes to a halt before an unassuming door, not unlike the other 24 we've passed since we slipped furtively into the stairwell. Here, he says. I stare. Orson can't be serious. This is nothing. If her people are being kept somewhere, it's not behind this door. Here what? I finally ask, trying not to sound irritated. In my maps, there was a strong magical reading just here. Now I can see that they are coalesced around the shapes of bodies. Around? Magic doesn't come from around a person. It comes from within a person. Has Orson officially lost it? Is this some side effect of his time being mistreated in prison? I shoot him a bewildered look. What's that mean? Wouldn't it be emanating from the bodies? He looks at me gravely as he replies. Although I couldn't see this before, it's very clear now. The signatures are such that the magic appears to outline them, rather than inhabit them. That's not possible. The furrow in my brow grows deeper. What's that mean? If my map is correct, the people behind this door weren't using magic. Rather, magic was inflicted upon them. His eyes drift to the floor. Insubstantial amounts. Fuck. So this would be the tortured members of Usha's blood pack? Is that what you're saying? The evidence seems to suggest that. Then we found exactly what we're looking for. I wrap my fist around the knob, but sense hesitancy in my teammate. I question him with my gaze. He's got that look I'm starting to recognize. The one that says his thoughts are churning faster than his mouth. Probably faster than my brain has ever worked. Smart bastard. We don't know what state they'll be in. Alive, dead, coherent, mad. We know that. We knew that coming here. But we have to try. Not just for Usha, but for the poor people who were taken from their homes and experimented on. They deserve to be saved, if we can. Not just their bodies, but their minds too. One way to find out, I tell him, fighting the worry in my stomach as I twist the knob. The dim light of the hallway cuts like dawn through the darkness of the room. In here, there could be more things like Simon. More creatures that could rip us to shreds. Or people like Asha. Broken in some way, but good down to the core. We need to be ready for both. As the dim light diffuses through the pitch black, my eyes slowly adjust. It's a prison. Cells line up in rows, each containing a shackled and fettered shifter. They look rough, dirty, malnourished, twitchy. When Orson and I step into the room, more than a few flinch. I cringe, considering the sort of treatment we know Asha was subject to. What sick, depraved things the blood mages have been doing to them. Orson and I stand by the door for a moment, dressed in our tuxedos having come from the party above, and stare into the cells, where a starving, anxious collection of prisoners stare wearily back at us. This is too surreal. Then, to break the tension, a loud rumble sounds above our heads. Orson and I glance towards the rafters as though we might see through them to the commotion upstairs. Who are you? I look down again and notice the older woman in the nearest cage has come to the bars and placed her face between them. Her voice is raspy, like sandpaper rubbing against wood. I take a step closer, examining her. She's not old, only worn down in a way that's aged her. Who are you? I counter. The woman glances back at her fellow prisoners, then turns back to me, lifting her chin as she replies. I asked you first. Seeing as how it's you who's presently immured, says Orson, you ought to answer first. If we introduce ourselves and our motivations first, they might lie to hide what they truly are. We won't know the truth until it's too late. And we can't afford to make that mistake right now. If we let them go, what will they do? She turns her profile to us so that she can regard us with one squinty eye. There are dozens of us immured in this room, and only 2 of you not boxed up in cages. Seeing as how you're in the minority, you ought to answer first. She sneers. Who uses the word immured anyway? I look at Orson. She's got you there. I turn back to the woman. You know, you and him have more in common than your vocabulary. That's so? He spent time behind bars too. This admission appears to soften her suspicion. Really? Orson nods. I've known what it is to be a captive, but never a captor. I've known the feelings of the ever-shrinking bars closing in around me, and the deep stirring of desire that comes at the thought of an open field and the beauty of the sky. Her expression is far away for the briefest moment, like she's picturing that very sky and field before she focuses back on us once more. My name is Victoria. We are what remains of the once mighty blood pack. We suspected as much. And if we free you, what will you do? Her dark gaze never leaves mine. Get as far from here as we possibly can. It's not enough. To do what? She spreads her arms in annoyance. To be free. To be people. To have homes and families and lives once more. The woman's dreams almost sound like Asha's. What's more, I don't detect any malice in her voice. There are no secret plots to suggest that she'll go mad when we free her and go on a killing rampage. My gut says she's safe, and since I don't have a lie detector, that might have to be enough. Then we're here to save you, I say. From the back, a quivering voice called out, Is it another trick, Victoria? Orson and I exchange curious looks. What does he mean? Orson asks her. Her features slump into a grimace, accentuating the premature wrinkles carved into her face. The blood mages who've imprisoned us. They enjoy playing games, teasing our hope only to strip it away again. Their torture is not merely of body and spirit, but of mind." She says this last word through gritted teeth. She can't even speak of it without rage chattering her teeth. Victoria teeters on the edge. I sense madness besieging her sanity. And yet there's a light in her too. A spark of humanity that takes all but murder to steal. I've seen its glint in the darkest places. I know its resilience. "This is no trick," Orson reassures. "We are here to free you. We've been sent by one of your own, Asha." The name of our mate, their fellow pack member, engenders a curious effect. The imprisoned blood pack exchange looks with one another that I can't quite discern. Are they dubious? Do they doubt we're with Asha? Or that Asha would return for them? A memory replays of Asha blaming herself for their plight. Might they blame her too? "Asha," the woman says with a hesitant smile. "Is she truly alive?" I nod. She escaped and has been trying to find her pack members ever since. She led us here. "Then why isn't she here?" she asks. I hesitate, then decide the hell with it. She's taking on the blood mages above us. There are murmurs of concern. The woman shakes her head. "Asha can't handle all of them alone." She's not alone. She has Max, which may not be enough. As much as she hates them, our main priority is to get you free. We just need to know if you guys can handle it. The magic. It does strange things to a person's mind. She doesn't hesitate. "The magic is strong, but we're stronger." Are they? I glance around the room. People have moved toward their cage doors, and while they look weak and painfully abused, there's a spark of hope in their eyes. "How do we get you out of there?" I ask. "One of you will have to lift this end while the other pulls back the door," Victoria instructs, pointing at the corresponding pressure points of the door. "They keep the key on a nail in the wall, just there," she says, pointing at the key ring with a single silver key dangling from its loop. "I suppose they put it there just to taunt us." Orson snatches the key off the nail. "They'll taunt you no more." I grab hold of the bars and lift while Orson twists the lock and opens the door, all the while praying we're not making a terrible mistake. Asha isn't like the others. These people could be like her too. When the door is open, we unlock the cuffs on her ankles and wrists, then step back. Victoria stands for one weary moment, almost as if an invisible barbed wire has replaced the door. But when she shuffles out of her cell, the moment is uneventful. She emerges in one piece. She looks back at the space she occupied, something almost like sadness crinkling the dirty flesh at the corners of her eyes. We repeat the process nearly a dozen more times, freeing the rest of the imprisoned blood pack. She takes the key from Orson and, one by one, frees her packmates from the chains of their wrists and ankles. As they shed their manacles, piling them on the concrete floor, Victoria explains. "Even though we couldn't escape our cells, they kept us shackled so that we couldn't shift, couldn't use our magic against them." They gather around us, a collection of ragged and yet freshly alert sanguivar wolf shifters. My hackles raise, acutely aware of their movements. What are they thinking? Staring back into their wide eyes, I can't be sure. "It's time to finally use our magic for its intended purpose," says Victoria. Uh-oh. The magic has consequences, I say. I can't tell if they know this already. "Asha needs our help, and if one blood mage remains alive, we'll never be free." Taking a deep breath, I release it slowly. "You should also know that Asha's brother, Simon, has been using dark magic to the point where he's become something wrong and evil. His appearance has changed to be something similar to a person covered in tar, and his powers are stronger than anything you can imagine. There's a flash of sadness in her eyes when she says, "If he's become a danger to us, then he'll be treated as something dangerous. Now, let's end this thing, once and for all." She waves to the others and they start walking. We move along with them, wondering yet again what will happen once they tap into their magic. Have we unleashed allies or enemies?
Chapter 15. Asha. Keep thinking about your men. It's making you stronger. My thoughts race through Orson's gentle smile, Braxton's dangerous smirk, and the way Max's gaze always seems to see me deep inside. The silver magic flowing from my fingertips keeps brightening as it flows from me to Simon. Just stay focused. Just stay focused. I stare down the beam of my silver magic into the black mass occupying the corner of the room. The guests have cleared to either side, granting a clear space from this supernatural duel. Simon's green counterattack draws from the slime to fuel itself, thinning the substance until I begin to spy the human face hidden within. The stream of silver magic distorts its features, as if glimpsed through a waterfall. Simon. It lends me a second wind as I funnel all of my strength into the shaft of my silvery light. Still, even as I pour myself into my attack, it makes no difference. His face stays half-covered, and otherwise the rest of his body remains subsumed under the muck. Murder has made him formidable. He's much stronger than our last encounter. You're going to die. I hear it as my own thought, and perhaps it is. But I have the terrifying fear that he's infiltrated my mind. It causes me to falter, lose my balance, stumble backwards. Max catches me, propping my body up with his own. His voice comes in my ear, filled with worry. "Asha, you can't fight him alone." I can. Simon's green magic bites harder against my silver magic. My head begins to ache and my teeth chatter. It feels like something is pulling apart inside me, but I pray it's nothing important. I need to be able to come back from this. For my men. For our house. For our future. A dark voice curls inside my mind. "When you die, his death will be next, and it'll be slow and painful." "No!" I tell it, shouting over the roar of magic. "I'll shift. I'll help." Max's voice has grown more intense. I know he wants to join in the fight, but his wolf would only prove an obstacle for me. I need him out of the line of fire. Shaking my head, I try to speak through gritted teeth. You'll be in the way." "He's going to kill you," he shouts angrily, helplessly. I don't say anything, partly because I can't spare the breath, but also because the grim assessment seems likely. My energy is waning, moments from tipping the balance in Simon's favor. He'll overtake me, and then I'll be consumed by the power of his sickly green magic. Through the silvery light, I watch his lips curl slowly into a wicked grin. Then I feel the pressure of his counterattack, green forcing back silver. Like vines, slender tendrils of his putrid magic slither into the silver beam as though infecting it. I try to think of my men again, try to focus on the good, but I'm just too tired. Muscle strain sours into weakness, like a pernicious bout of the flu riddling the body with aches. Cold sweat breaks out across my brow. Teeth clench and throb. Bones rattle, threaten to splinter. I feel like I'm about to burst apart in a cloud of blood and guts, and all I can think about is how traumatizing it will be for Max when his lover explodes in his arms. I want to tell him I love him, to give my final breath to love, but I can't even turn my head to look at him. I'm doomed. My silver light flickers and dies. Simon fires a single blast that throws both Max and me to the floor. "Max!" I shout, my voice ragged. Sprawled beside the table, I struggle to lift myself, but it seems my body's given up. Drained of its last reserves. I can hardly lift my head to watch Simon deliver the final blow, but I beg myself to find a way to protect Max still. I need to use my dark magic. There's no other choice. A door bursts open. In my periphery, 2 furry beasts bound into the dining room, leaping onto the monster. Braxton, Orson. Even above the background effluvia of fear, sweat, I whiff their scents. It's a welcome aroma that feeds relief to my system. The monster swats them away, but they bounce back, siphoning Simon's attention away from me. Hope. I feel its cool tingle like a winter breath. I glare into the glowing, viridescent eyes of my enemy. We're not through, you and me. Max helps me back onto my feet. Can you keep going? He asks me, sounding doubtful. I nod, as much in answer to him as to convince myself. As I plant one leg behind me and prepare to renew my attack, Max shifts and joins the others in their assault. But they aren't the only ones fighting Simon. Suddenly, shapes are all around me, rushing towards Simon. A dozen others join my 3 mates in a counteroffensive, pairing magic with the claws and teeth of my men. I spare a moment's glance at them and recognize them immediately. My pack! A collage of faces I haven't laid eyes on in what feels like a lifetime. They stand in a line like a row of archers on the battlefield, hurling volleys of magic. Dark magic. Globes of twinkling darkness, star-spangled night sky curved around the surface of a basketball, fly from their palms. They arch over guests, who duck and cover their heads or otherwise lay injured on the floor. The impulse to run for safety grabs a hold of a spry few who take their chances running for exits. Simon occasionally sweeps them away with his tentacles, but enough slip past him that the room thins to a more manageable occupancy. I'm less afraid of collateral damage. An older woman, dressed in a white gown and practically dripping pearls, stumbles towards the door. One of Simon's needle-thin arms spies her, a faceless snake zeroing in on its prey. A voice in the back of my head thinks, why save her? She's probably awful. But I attribute this to the dark magic prodding my consciousness. I twirl and fire a beam of silver magic at the tentacle, severing it just before Simon manages to stick the old woman. She flees safely into the hall. That better get me karma points. I look back and discover my brief lapse has given Simon an open shot. An oily black arm, thick as a tree trunk, barrels toward me. I don't have time to fire on it. I barely have time for the shock to register on my face. But just as it closes the distance, a powerful black wolf collapses it. Braxton sinks his teeth into the appendage, ripping out the tarry innards. It bucks him violently and he crashes against the wall. No! I cry. The arm chases after him, but Orson leaps and lands astride the girthy tentacle, snapping his wolf jaws at its wound. Max joins him, but quickly both are thrown to the floor. Hard, oily arms twine around them, squeezing them in the air. I picture what Simon did with the blood mages. I picture them exploding like piñatas above us. I send my magic out like daggers, and the arms around my men are cut off. The 3 wolves fall to the floor. They struggle out of the arms, try to rise, then fall again, unable to fight any longer. Turning to Simon, I lift my arms to fire, but find myself exhausted. Hollowed by adrenaline, I don't know if I have any magic left in me. I'm a platinum-haired husk staring down an inexhaustible, gelatinous foe. The goop creeps over the face inside it, erasing my only gains in this fight. How? With all this firepower meeting him head-on, how can he be completely unfazed? My spine steels. My dark magic. I need to use it, if I can. It's the only way. Lifting my hands, I watch as Simon continues to swell, and I pause, something bothering me. Turning to the rest of the room, I observe the black magic of my packmates striking the mass. Their magic dissolves into it, and I realize they're not hurting Simon. They're feeding him. Stop! I shout, my voice hoarse. Waving my arms at them, I repeat, Stop! I catch their attention and they pause their barrage, a matching look of puzzlement on each of the dozen faces. Your dark magic, it's only helping him! Having collected the necessary payload to destroy me, Simon charges his final attack. And it is absolutely a final attack. The swell of dark magic that grows as he weaves the spell seems to contain so much power that it feels like he's about to unleash an atomic bomb. He doesn't just want to kill me. He wants to send a message. He wants to level this place to the ground, killing everyone within it. Save himself. And then, no one will be able to stop him. Beneath the grotesque mask, a bright green spot glows beneath the muck. It grows so bright, it's painful to look at. The energy prickles my skin like tiny needles. Spots seem to bleed, running down my skin. This is it. He's going to kill me. Nothing we can do will stop him. There's no dark magic left inside of me I can use as a secret weapon. There's simply nothing that can help me defeat him. My mates lie injured on the floor. My pack is no match for the monster. I'm utterly spent, barely capable of summoning any magic at all. That's it. In a split second's revelation, the solution comes to me. A providential vision. Maybe I don't need the strength to defeat him. Maybe I just need to be smarter. I think of my mom, my brother as he was, and my sister. I think of my pack, and then I think of my men and our future together. A future with a beautiful home and children. I focus on all the beautiful, wonderful things in my world until I can feel that silver magic within me answering my desperate call. The last shreds of magic within me. A horizontal column of neon green magic expels from the belly of the monster, overwhelming the room with dark powers as it comes to life. It closes the distance between us, fast as a bullet. My hands conjure the silver magic once more, but instead of pressing back against Simon's attack, the silver twists in elegant spirals around the column of green dark magic. It forms a double helix that bends the green back on itself. Return to sender. The killing blow veers back to its source and strikes with so much force that the air is sucked from the room, and then I'm bathed in darkness. Within seconds, his spell unleashes a dazzling light show of green fireworks bursting from the pile of black slime. In its wake, a terrible silence follows. Tears spring to my eyes, but I haven't the energy to weep. Turning to my men, I meet their gazes as they rise to their feet in their human forms, looking battered and bruised, but no worse for the wear. They nod, confirming they're okay, then gesture toward my brother, giving me permission to do what I need to do. I shamble to my brother's side and collapse there. He's finally free. Chapter 16. Asha. The monster goes limp, its mass deflating like a popped tire. The black ooze thins and runs away from the body it holds, leaking into a sticky puddle that surrounds us. I dig my arms into the substance to fish out the body of my dead brother, my heart aching more than I thought it would. The ooze sleeves my arm in awful slime, but I don't care. All I want is to hold Simon one last time. Simon, I whimper. The boy who bought me a stuffed bear when I was 5. The boy who used to save his chocolate pudding for me because it was my favorite. The boy who could grow anything in the garden. My knuckles brush something solid. I double my efforts trying to scoop away the putrid muck. Gradually, I manage to surface the limp frame of a body suspended within the carcass of the gelatinous monster. Simon, my sweet brother. Only when his face breaches, I don't recognize it as my sibling. It's older, the features lined with wrinkles. His nose is larger, his cheeks wider. Who the hell are you? The question escapes my lips, the shock of bewilderment giving rise to aggression. I go back to shoveling, as if there might be a second body hidden inside. The manic exercise achieves nothing but a greater mess. I've spread the guts of the slime beast across the floor and ruined my pretty ball gown. I doubt that washes out. It's a peculiar thought for such an emotional moment, I know, but Simon's absence unmoors me. The bittersweet catharsis I expected delays once again, and in its place I don't know what to think, what to feel. I sense the presence of my mates surrounding me. They read my exasperation.
"What's going on?"
asks Braxton. I look up at them, each bearing a look of sympathy waiting behind confusion. This isn't Simon. This isn't my brother. How is this possible? It's like my brain is working, but it's coming up empty. This is Simon. I saw him time and time again. It's who we've been chasing. And yet this isn't him. It simply doesn't make sense. And yet it does, in the strangest way. My Simon was gentle and kind. He loved me and his family more than anything in this world. He was a person who would sacrifice themselves in a heartbeat for the person they loved. It took me so long to accept that Simon had become this monster. Now I can't believe I ever thought that was possible. Simon is good. Simon is good deep in his soul. Of course he could never do this. He couldn't hurt a fly. This evil being just took the face of Simon, filled with goodness and beauty. Why? I don't know. But this mystery gets put on hold as my freed bloodpack mates crowd around us. Asha? I peer into an older woman's face, searching memories for a match. In a classroom, I see her, though she looks different from in the past. Straightened shoulders, smooth face, fewer grays. The time between them and what she's been through has aged her. Nevertheless, I know for certain she was once my teacher. Victoria! I cry, rising to throw my arms around her. Despite the slime dripping off me, she embraces me without a second thought. I can't believe you're still alive. I scan their faces, each tickling a memory of a happier time in all our lives. They look worse for wear, but there they are, all standing on their own 2 feet. Fucking alive. How are you? I ask, as if the answer could be anything other than awful. Yet, with a soft smile, Victoria replies, "We're okay. The blood mages, they did terrible things to us. You were there for some of it, you understand." Her gaze is gentle. "But we passed through the darkness and emerged on the other side." I see it hanging around them, the dark specter of their suffering. It leers at me, roars in my thoughts. This was all your fault, Asha. Their pain is on your head. I'm overcome with guilt. Its weight settles over me and my legs buckle. I collapse to the floor, gripped by a fit of hysteria. Sobbing convulsions tear through me. Every muscle clenches, my chest tightens. My thoughts spiral into gloom. "I'm so sorry," I cry, the words torn from my chest. "I sent you all to hell. Your misery is all because of me. I'm so fucking sorry. I can't ever fix it. I can't undo your pain." As the world slips out of reach, the touch of a dozen hands pull me back. I feel their connection as they settle over my shoulders. "Asha," the soft voice of my former teacher. I sniffle and turn my head from the floor. Through a veil of tears, I see Victoria's face. "Asha, it's okay." How can it possibly be? She extends her hand. I don't deserve this. Every ounce of pain these people have experienced was because of my foolishness, because of what I did. "Come, girl, the hard part is already over," she says. It's not. Simon, Or this other person might be dead, but the weight of what I've done is still here. Every person here is a reminder of that. Still, I take hold of her hand, and she hoists me out of the goop. Victoria, I'm so... She shakes her head and says, "Shush now. Nobody blames you, dear. We're simply glad you're okay." There are nods of agreement from the rest of our pack behind her. There's no way. Asha, believe us. I draw my shoulders back, wiping tears from my cheeks. They just don't know all my crimes. I thought I was applying to a college, but the documents were actually their way of learning where our town was. And then when they attacked, I ran. I left all of you behind. But I'm not done. And when I was tortured, any time I was given a chance to make it end and make someone else take my place, I did. I let all of you get hurt in my place. Victoria exchanges a look with the others. Then her gaze finds mine once more. Do you really think none of us ever gave information about where we lived? We were careful but not perfect. And do you think we were all fighting the day the blood mages came? Most of us were running for our lives, because that's a normal reaction when hell rains down on you. And as for the torture, I'm sure you ended up on that metal bed at times because we ended our own torture by putting you there. It was just another way the blood mages fucked with our minds. That still doesn't mean you should just forgive me, I say, my thoughts spinning. That's exactly what it means, she tells me. No one should be questioned about what they had to do during a war to survive. Do you understand? I don't. She smiles gently. One day you will. Until then, just trust us and find a way to forgive yourself. I accept their unearned grace. Okay, I whisper. If they actually forgive me, I don't know what I'll do. I have so much guilt to inspect and unpack that I can't possibly do it right now. This is something I'll have to deal with when I can be alone with my thoughts. My gaze moves to my men. They're smiling. They're okay. And they seem to be approving of what's going on right now. Again, I need to think about that, but not now. Now I'm just happy that so many of the people I care about are okay. A young woman comes up and grabs my hand firmly. Asha, thank you. We'd still be in the dungeon if you hadn't come to our rescue. Or worse, pipes up another younger packmate. I recognize him as Triton, a shy kid my brother used to run around with. They weren't going to keep us down there forever. What do you mean? Asks Max, sounding every bit the enforcer. The blood mages have suggested this party was going to involve us somehow. Victoria explains. The insinuation was that we wouldn't see the next dawn. When she speaks of her tormentors, a barely contained rage makes itself known. I think she'd tear their bodies to shreds if Simon, or whoever the monster was, didn't already take care of that. When her eyes survey the gore surrounding us, they light up with a grim satisfaction. But she's not lost. I can tell none of them have lost their sanity the way not Simon had. Who is this guy, anyway? I ask, directing my gaze to the goop-covered carcass at my feet. I don't understand. There's silence, and then... Holy shit! That's Greg Riles! Someone says. The name instantly sends a chill down my spine. Creepy Greg? He was a shifter in his early 30s who had started dating my brother's eventual girlfriend when she turned 17. The whole town had had a problem with it, and my brother had been one of the people who helped her to realize that he'd groomed her. That a relationship with that kind of age gap, between a teenager and an adult was completely inappropriate. She'd broken up with him and started therapy. A couple years later, my brother and she had started dating. Every step of the way, creepy Greg had remained obsessed with her. When my brother started dating her, Greg had dyed his hair to look like my brother, changed his clothes to look like him, and even altered his behavior. There was talk of kicking Greg out of the pack. So many half-breeds were crazed, but we thought we'd started a town full of the normal ones. With his behavior, we were starting to think that maybe he wasn't as sane as he appeared to be. But the blood mages had attacked before that happened. I don't understand. So was it him the whole time? I feel lost. Confused. Everything I thought I knew was falling away, and I wasn't sure what to grab onto. Victoria looks down at him. His true face came out in death. So the man I'd tried to save, the man I'd hunted all along, was simply pretending to be my brother. Maybe the dark magic made him insane, or his sanity was gone long before that. I don't know. But it sickens me that he'd worn my brother's face to do so many terrible things. But then my gaze swings to my men as a new and unexpected thought comes over me. If this isn't my brother, could he still be out there somewhere? Doubt instantly shines in Max's gaze. Braxton's is thoughtful, but Orson's is hopeful. Turning to my pack members with my heart in my throat, I ask, "So, where's my brother? Does anyone know? Has anyone seen him?" They pass grave looks between them. I feel like I've buried Simon a half-dozen times already, and I want to tell them not to sugarcoat, not to try and spare me the nasty particulars, but to just rip the fucking Band-Aid off already. Instead, I keep my mouth shut. There's no use snapping at them. We could all use a little grace right now. "We don't know if Simon is still alive," says Victoria, but her tone suggests it's more than that she doesn't know. Something inside of me that thought it couldn't hurt again aches once more. Hope, tiny and delicate, crushes between her fingers. I understand. I tell her, but some part of me still wants to know more. No matter how bad his final moments were. Where did you see him last? "They moved us around a lot," says Triton, and I can see that remembering those days is painful to him. "You never knew when they took someone away if you were ever going to see him again." I remember those days too, but they're talking about after. After we were done being experimented on. They were imprisoned elsewhere. I was running, trying to escape my demons and find my people. "We were made to serve the mages as entertainment," Victoria says. "They would take us from one mage's house to another. They'd pull us out of our cells, hurt us, laugh at us, and throw us back in, just a little more broken than before." Tamping down my impatience, I ask, "Is that where Simon is now? Is he in someone's house?" "We can't be certain," Victoria answers gently. "But we have a pretty good guess as to the last place he got sent." A good guess is better than nothing. It's more than nothing. It's a path that might lead to figuring out what happened to my brother, once and for all. "Yes?" I hold my breath. "A few of us had been to this one blood mage's house," says Triton. "Mean son of a bitch. Simon was sent there the last time we saw him." Victoria cuts a chastising glance at Triton, one that says I don't need to hear about how bad my brother's situation likely is. "The house is north of town. Impossible to miss. It's a large Gothic construction rising above the trees off a little road called Pine Avenue." "Blood mages have a particular aesthetic," says Orson, humorlessly. "They think they're fucking Dracula," says another one of my packmates. None of them are short on venom for their captors, nor am I. And now, having witnessed a taste of their malice, I think it's safe to say my mates feel the same way.
How do you know all of this?
Max asks quietly, and I can see the caution in her gaze. Victoria looks uncomfortable.
Some of the ways they transported us allowed us glimpses of the outside world, even if some of those ways were uncomfortable and inhumane. Horse trailers and other fucking shit,
a man shouts. There's a roar of anger amongst them, and my heart aches for all they've been through. I picture them being transported from one blood mage's house to another, treated like cargo or livestock. They're people. And I'm going to do my best to remind them of that fact now that they're free. After a quiet moment, Victoria says,
"But you should know, the mage who had your brother was particularly cruel. Any of us that were sent there to be his entertainment weren't expected to survive. I just need you to know that."
I understand. I tell all of them, my gut clenching. I can handle him. Even if this means things aren't over yet, at least it means there's still some hope Simon is out there. No matter how small the chances are that he's survived all of this. She looks surprised.
"You're really going to look for him, knowing he likely didn't survive, and knowing the danger you'd face there?"
If the blood mage caught me again, would I be tied down again? Would he push different liquids into my veins just to see what it would do? Would I scream and scream until my voice was raw, even though it wouldn't make a difference? I shiver. It doesn't matter what could happen to me. What matters is that my brother could be experiencing those very things right now, and I have the power to stop him. For once, when we scream in pain, someone will be there to help. Me. I have to. Glancing at my packmates, I can tell they think I'm crazy, but they also look exhausted, like nothing in this world could drag them into battle again. I don't blame them. They deserve some peace and happiness in their lives after all they've been through.
"It'll be hard to face the blood mage there. He's very powerful,"
she warns, speaking each word clearly and carefully. When I don't react, she presses on, wincing as she speaks.
"He's thrown us around with his powers, smashing us into walls and trees, laughing at the sound of our bones breaking. He's shred our flesh, decorated the floor with our blood while laughing. He's insane, cruel, a monster."
Are you sure you want to do that? None of that matters. I smile, even though it hurts. Just like I couldn't stop looking for all of you, I can't stop looking for him. If there's a chance he's out there. Her eyes gentle.
"Of course. Do you need help?"
I look at the lot of them. Ragged, in need of a decent night's rest. No, a decent lifetime of food and rest and fun. They'd be more of a liability than a help, but it's kind of her to offer. No, we can handle it. All you guys need to do is be free. Victoria hangs her head, relief and exhaustion seeming to course through her whole body. Almost under her breath, she murmurs,
"I've longed to be free for so long. Now I find I don't know what to do with myself."
I take her shoulder gently and give it a squeeze. She lifts her weary head. Go home, back to our town. Many of the buildings still stand. What our town stood for is still there. Rest there, and then we'll rebuild. Together. Her gaze is filled with doubt.
"Can we really just walk out of here?"
I understand where she's coming from. Nothing is ever that easy. The enforcers have the place surrounded, but are waiting for our signal to come in and clean up. So, for now, you can. I glance at Max, hoping he can say more.
"We'll give you all enough time to get free of this place,"
Max says, radiating enforcer energy.
"Head north. You can slip through the gap in their surveillance if you take the woods.
We can leave, she tells the others, a smile teasing the corners of her mouth. We can go home. The energy shifts in the room, and my broken pack looks hopeful. Almost like they're starting to really believe that they'll be able to leave this place and have a life once more. But will the blood mages come after us? A woman asks, the words small and frightened. I realize that they don't understand, and I'm grateful when Max speaks.
During this party, all the blood mages that had been hurting you were killed. Violently. There was only one remaining blood mage who didn't seem to be attending this party, and we're going to find him now.
One left? Victoria asks in shock.
Just one,
I say, and my eyes burn with tears. The people are murmuring amongst themselves in disbelief. I catch fragments of comments. How can this be possible? They were so powerful. They were everywhere. Can this be true? Victoria looks at me. We're not just free of this place. We're free of all of them. Yes. I feel a tear roll down my cheek. They gather together, holding each other. Some are crying, some are laughing. How could I forget that the prison they were kept in wasn't just made of metal, but made of pain? The blood mages stand like looming monsters in all their minds, and the monsters being dead is just as significant as being free from the metal cages that bound them.
They should go,
Max says gently,
before the enforcers start asking questions.
Victoria hears him. She brushes tears from her cheeks. Yes, we need to leave. We can't waste any more time. But another thought occurs to me. But, the word stretches through the room, don't use the magic they gave us. That dark magic that calls to you in your greatest moments of weaknesses. Using it kills your soul. It makes you become like the blood mages. We can have a good life again, but we can never give into that call. Trust me. The cost is more than any of us want to bear. They're worried now, but I need them to be. Victoria nods. She takes my face in her hands. Thank you, Asha. Thank you. All of you. She says, looking at my men. We'll watch out for each other and stay safe from the dark magic, and we'll see you soon. We hug, and then she gestures for them to follow her. The new leader of our pack. The perfect leader for our pack. I watch them scramble over the bodies on their way out of the mansion. One by one, they shift and become a pack of wolves for the first time since the destruction of our home. They're a lean bunch, a ragged bunch, but they're my pack. My family. I finally have them back. Tears spring to my eyes, but these are happy ones. For once, I encountered a member of my pack and it didn't end in death. Hope is truly a powerful thing, and they have hope now, just like I do. But a needling thought cuts short my elation. This isn't over yet, and it isn't. Whether my brother is dead or alive, I won't stop until I know for sure. He deserves that much. And it might be all I've been through, but something whispers inside of me that this is more a quest to find answers, to find his body, than to find him alive. Yet hope is still there. Small and fragile, but powerful. Chapter 17.
Orson. A full moon dangles above the forest, shedding layers of silvery light over the back country. I speed through it, having assumed driving responsibility from Max while he and his brother grab some shut-eye in the back seat. They sustained more substantial injuries during our battle with the sludge beast, with the asshole member of Asha's pack. Trouble curls into a little ball between the guys in the back, nubby tail pressed against Max's thigh, head resting on Braxton's lap, like a little family. We are a family, a pack. On the passenger seat beside me, Asha lay sleeping beneath my jacket. The jacket has shifted lower with her sleepy movements, so I pulled it up higher over her shoulder and see her relax even more deeply into sleep. I like her like this, too. Without the weight of the world pressing down on her shoulders, she looks far younger, her face softened by sleep. Maybe she'll look this way all the time once we've found the answers to her brother. My heart swells a little, feeling hopeful before my mind moves back to the events after the not Simon was killed. The debriefing with the enforcers had gone well, probably due to the fact that everyone seemed to be under the impression that we wouldn't survive. They'd been more than a little relieved to see we'd done all the hard work while they sat on their asses. No surprise there. They'd gone in to clean up afterwards, asking about the survivors. Max had reported that none of the Blood Pack members had been found, outside of Simon, and doing so protected them from being taken into custody by the enforcers. Most of the wealthy supernatural guests who had avoided being tortured and killed were crowded in a back corner of the manor's garden. None of them had seen the pack members, nor did most of them seem to have a clear memory of what happened, much to our good fortune. After the basic mission debriefing, we'd all been questioned relentlessly about Asha and her powers. Between the three of our accounts of her heroism, I'm certain the enforcers will see Asha less as dynamite that could go off at any moment, and more like this valuable tool she could be to them. Blood mages weren't the only dangerous beings in our world, after all. Then I learned, which was no surprise to me, that the others had been questioned about me. Max had reassured me that he'd made it clear to his superiors that me and my technology would streamline the efficiency of all future missions. I'd been given a handshake by some high-up asshole and a reassurance that as long as I played my cards right, I would never again see the inside of a cell. Lucky me. Our team had been given time off until our next mission, with no mention of the final blood mage or our plans. Max had later explained to us that the enforcers would have wanted to take part in the mission against one blood mage, and that Simon would likely be taken into custody. Depending on his state of mind, he might never be released. It wasn't a risk he was willing to take. We would go in, get Simon, and the enforcers would likely arrive here within a day or two. Max hoped we could either extract the enforcers to handle them or handle him together. Asha would prefer the men be wiped from the face of the earth, but Max had made her promise that saving Simon would be the priority, as long as he's still alive. I turned the heat a little warmer to make sure Asha's comfortable and mull over our future, then focus on the road. Great pines hedge the road, forming a corridor that reaches north, towards our objective, the last task of our mission. With the blood pack released, there remains only one member yet to rescue, Asha's brother Simon, and then we can rest. With the window cracked and a cool breeze sweeping back my blonde hair to keep me awake, I reflect on the path that stretches behind me. What a curious and wonderful journey. In the dark days of my imprisonment, I used to bemoan the misfortunes life laid at my feet. It's turns that delivered me to that awful cage. I survived by paving over these thoughts with a cheery facade, wearing its mask until I felt its roots colonize my mind. And now, in the presence of my lover, my mate, Asha, my reflection reaches deeper, undaunted, armed with the knowledge of my deliverance. My father's violence, my mother's depression, can be held alongside Asha's tenderness and the brother's mercy. Each forms a curious shape, a rebel of geometry. Yet when their ragged edges meet, filling sockets with plugs, making smooth a texture once rough to the touch, something like beauty attends the arrangement. A portrait gains definition. In its outer edges lies an expanse awaiting the final pieces. I cast my thoughts into the future, attempt to predict how life will complete the outer bounds of the portrait. A bucolic estate, family, children, A pack of my own. Can it be so? Doubt circles my hope like wheeling buzzards. Asha stirs in the passenger seat. After a moment, her eyes open and she looks over at me. How are you doing? The words are followed by a yawn. I smile. She's cute when she yawns. Fine. She reaches out and strokes my hair.
What are you thinking about?
I take a breath, cut my eyes at the radiant medallion of the moon. The future?
What about it?
Should I tell her? It feels like too much. I think normal people would have at least gone on a date with a woman before talking to her about houses, kids, and mates. But then, we've had a lot of late-night meals at seedy diners. Do those count? I realize she's still watching me, so I search for words that won't make me sound like a fool. Just trying to envision it. Asha pulls her legs up, setting her heels at the edge of her seat. She wraps her arms around her shins and places her chin atop her knee in a strangely vulnerable way.
It's a little hard to see, isn't it?
In the abstract, it's relatively easy. The dream we all spun together. She nods.
But practically.
Right. We don't live in dreams. We still have a mission we need to complete. I need to continue fulfilling my obligation to the enforcers, the one that allows me to remain free while also being part of this family picture we've created. And we all carry so many jagged wounds. How do these improve enough for us to not only help each other create a happy home, but also ensure we ourselves don't destroy our happiness with our own trauma? You're right. I admit reluctantly. She takes a deep breath.
I think it's because we're not done. It sort of clouds the future. I mean, I can sort of picture it, but I don't feel it. You know what I mean? Like it feels sort of impossible. Improbable.
Right. A lot of things seemed impossible to me when I was sitting in my dark cell, though. Now I'm free. I've made best friends, found pack members, and met my mate. So maybe impossible things are really just things we haven't quite figured out on the map of our lives. I can practically picture the map, a happy life somewhere ahead in the trees, but the path to get there is concealed due to it not yet being traveled.
But I figure it's just a failure of imagination.
She says, drawing me from my thoughts. And made more difficult to see by our unfinished mission. I conclude. She considers, then nods again.
Yeah. A dark cloud won't lift until Simon's accounted for.
My mate sounds so sad, so tired, that it breaks my heart. I would give anything to give her the ease she feels in sleep while awake. Even if I'm not always a man who is in tune to the delicacies of emotions, I know I'm right about what weighs her down in waking hours. I certainly don't know a lot about making someone happy. But I'll try. I'll try, no matter how clumsily I do so. For Asha. For my mate. Within me, my wolf's awareness of his mate echoes through me. He moves inside me. Restless, wanting to shift again and run, wanting to be with his mate while free in the woods. Not yet, I whisper to him in my mind, but soon. But let's pretend. I tell Asha, the idea forming in my mind, for the moment that we're on the other side of it all. Join the power of our two imaginations together. She gives me a look.
Pretend? Since when do you have such a colorful imagination?
I grin, since I have something worth imagining. Her pale brown eyes soften.
Okay, let's pretend.
You can do this. We're in a world after blood mages. She chuckles, a spark of amusement in her gaze.
You sound like a movie trailer.
In a world, I smirk. Even the cinema couldn't capture our story. No kidding. I refocus, wanting to give her this moment. We've settled on your packlands. Our packlands, Orson. The feeling in my heart comes again. That's right. I'm in this fantasy of hers. Part of her life and part of her pack, and nothing could be better than that. Right. Our packlands, alongside the survivors of the Blood Mage's terror. Is the blood pack safe finally? I prod, hoping this will have the effect I so desperately want. Of course, she says, as if it's a foregone conclusion. But she's overlooking an insidious threat. After suffering the protracted experiments of their captors, it's safe to say they've all been seeded with dark magic. We saw as much. What they used to attack the enemy, that wasn't the bright light you've used. Fuck, that was the wrong thing to say. I'm really not good at this. Her face darkens somewhat, suspecting the direction I'm headed. No, they used dark magic. That doesn't mean they're like the others. I attempt to approach the point tactfully since there's no going back now, and I've stumbled down an idiot's tunnel. An idiot's tunnel filled with things I was worried about in the very back of my mind, but never planned to share aloud. Given the same dark magic consumed that unfortunate soul who took the face of your brother, do you suppose there's a chance it could happen again? Her eyes fall into the darkness beneath the glove box. She stretches her legs into it and grips her thighs with nervous hands. I suppose there is a chance. Her eyes brighten as they rise to meet mine. But they also never escaped, which has a silver lining because it means they never had the chance to use their dark magic until we freed them. In the dungeon, they were chained up, physically and magically, meaning even if they did hear the call of the darkness, they couldn't have really answered it. Ergo, their souls remain untethered to the toxic side of magic. She's got some hope. Good. Hope is what we need. And now that they're free to use their magic as they see fit, will they be strong enough to resist the pull of the darkness? I ask, not leading, but genuinely inquiring. I want to know what she thinks. I trust her. As the only person I know who's experienced the seduction of dark magic and rebuffed its advances, her opinion is the most well-informed. Her opinion will also help to shape our future and separate fantasy from real life. If her people will eventually become dangerous, we need to reform our plan not to include them, as painful as that might be for Asha. Still, it'd be better to flesh out this dream in a logical way now, so we all know what to be prepared for. And we have time to form a different picture. I read in her expression the understanding that my curiosity is well-intentioned. Asha knows I wouldn't doubt her, not after everything we've gone through together. I believe they will overcome its attraction. In the same way that I have you and Max and Braxton, they have each other. And us. Dark magic relies on isolation. Once we rebuild, none of us will be isolated again. Cruel logic rears its ugly head within me, and my picture of our future grows grainy and hard to imagine. Logic says that eventually these people won't be able to resist the pull of the darkness. I've lived my life by logic and not emotion, so I tend to trust it over all else. Asha has to see what I'm seeing too, right? But the power will always live within. The possibility one might succumb. Asha grabs my right hand and pulls it into her lap, holding it between hers. It's not out of frustration that she silences me, but out of sympathy. In recognition of my mounting anxiety over her people and our future, she quails the panic with love, and in so doing demonstrates her point. She caresses the back of my hand as if to say, "This is how we defeat the darkness." Clenched muscles relax. I settle into the leather seat and focus on Asha's touch. There's nothing logical about Asha and I. about a criminal and a half-breed finding love with a pack of enforcers. Yet, it happened.
Maybe the dark will take them. Maybe it won't. But I think with us by their side, they have more than a little chance of being okay.
There's hesitation in her voice, but also hope. I consider her words and the impact of her touch. Maybe love can defeat the darkness. If anything can, it's love, matched with Asha's determination to help them. It's not logical, but it feels right.
Tell me something, Orson.
She says, anything you like.
What's your favorite color?
I lift my eyebrows, staring back at her. But I quickly realize the triviality of her question belies a deeper connection. A lifetime of learning each other sprawls out before us. And it begins right now. Brown.
Brown?
She repeats incredulously. I smile. It wasn't always.
Sorry, but I don't know many people who like the color brown.
She's trying not to laugh.
When did it change?
Fairly recently. I decided to hell with it. When our eyes first met. Blush colors her porcelain cheeks red.
Oh, you're smooth, Orson.
I laugh, but I mean it. Brown is officially my favorite color, and all because of her stunning eyes. What about yours?
Silver.
And has that always been the case? She shakes her head.
Only since I discovered it was the color of my magic. Because it comes from goodness. From love. It reminds me of those I love. Like you.
We stare into each other's eyes, possibly a second longer than would be safe while driving, but I want to linger in her gaze as long as I can. When she breaks, she throws a glance into the back seat and says,
and those two snorers back there.
We continue this deceptively lighthearted conversation. Favorite seasons, pastime, hobbies, movies, books, gradually entwining our souls together with every new detail we learn about one another. All the while, she holds my hand in her lap and strokes my forearm with delicate fingertips, banishing tension from my body. Though, quieted by this ecstasy, I still hear a voice of doubt. Can these people be saved? Will Asha's heart be broken all over again? I hope we can save them. But even if we can, I'm hoping Asha will find a way to be okay with it. Because this woman, she's already had a lifetime of hurt.
Chapter 18. Asha. A winding dirt path snakes away from the road. In the distance, almost camouflaged among the trees, rise the dark spires of another mansion. I think of predators in the animal kingdom blending in with their environments to keep from tipping off their prey. A lion's tan coat matching the grass of the plain. An Arctic fox disappearing into the white blur of the tundra. Fucking cowards. In this mansion, many of my people were tortured for entertainment. Others died for it. And my brother, his fate has been yet to be determined. With slitted eyes, I regard the house not with fear, but with the steely cold belonging to vengeance. I see you, bastards, and I'm coming for you. I shift in my seat, and my body aches in response. Yes, I could use a few nights' sleep. No, I won't be waiting that long to come for this asshole. Orson pulls to the side of the road.
It's probably best to trek on foot from here, he says. We don't want to crush the rocks beneath our tires to announce our arrival.
No, we don't, says Braxton, emerging from slumber with a quickness that makes me wonder if he was ever really asleep. Of course, a part of him never sleeps. It's that vigilant watchman in his thoughts, the one who took up post when Braxton joined the armed forces. Max betrays his grogginess when he replies with slurred speech.
Everybody ready?
Braxton gives him a fraternal jab.
Where's that field alertness?
Rubbing his left eye, Max says,
Right next to me, with my brother.
They're joking, but the truth is that Max was in worse shape than Braxton, although the both of them had taken quite a beating. They weren't saying it, but they were sleeping just as much from exhaustion as they were to heal in time for this next battle. Both men are alert in general, but right now they aren't at their best. "How are your injuries?" I ask, scanning them over.
After fast food and a nap, we're good as new.
Braxton grins, leaning forward and planting a kiss on my lips. Trouble yawns, annoyed by the movement, then settles back in. The poor guy has had a busy day. My gaze slides to Max. "You're sure you're okay?" He'd taken a solid beating by the creepy asshole. If he's still hurt, this is the time to speak up, before we end up in a dangerous situation.
I'm fine, just ready to be done with this.
"You sure?" I ask. His enforcer facade softens.
I've been through worse. Trust me, we just need to focus on the mission.
Then his gaze runs over me.
How about you?
I'm still weak. Definitely not in fighting form. My body aches. My magic feels drained, but I'm not willing to wait any longer. Once this blood mage learns about what we did at the party, he'll go into hiding. Probably kill anyone left here and run for it. This may be my last chance to find out what happened to Simon. I can handle tonight, I tell him. Because I will. I need to finish this. We all look toward the looming castle, dread and anticipation mixed together in my stomach, leaving behind a strange feeling that sets my nerves on edge. I've mourned my brother over and over again. I'm afraid to even hope now for anything more than to find his body. But I know I do. Somewhere deep down. Orson taps his fingers on the console. "Do we have any idea of what might be inside?" Max hesitates.
I got what information I could without informing the enforcers of our plans. The mansion itself is 65,000 square feet. The owner of the home is one Brentley Cox. His occupation is unknown. He has no known criminal record. So basically we don't know anything useful?
Braxton asks, irritation flashing across his face. It sounds like it. At least we might know the name of the asshole. Orson clears his throat. "Earlier, I tapped into the satellite surveillance footage and ran a scan on the magical properties in the area surrounding the building. The mansion has shown zero movement from people in the last 24 hours. However, there is a cloud of dark magic around the building. I couldn't tell more than that, because I haven't encountered this person or people's magic before."
Great,
Braxton says.
So we know one or more beings capable of dark magic may or may not be in the building.
"Basically," I say, comforting. Max points towards the mansion.
All right. Surgical strike. Everybody stays close on this one. No breaking off into teams. We all clear the house, room by room. Mission objective, extract Simon and escape unharmed.
He rotates his shoulder with a grimace.
If possible, without any engagement whatsoever. Come on, you're tough. You can handle a few more blood mages.
Braxton teases, that cocky smile on his lips. Max looks at his twin intently.
I'll tear a blood mage apart without hesitation. Make no mistake. It's just safer if none of us have to.
He pops open his door.
Let's move.
Braxton pets Trouble's head.
Think you can handle being car sentry?
Trouble licks his lips.
Good boy.
Max runs point as we hurry through the woods, following alongside the dirt driveway. Even hundreds of yards out, I start to experience the effects of dark magic. Like eddies of black smoke, it dances in the air, twirling in and out of existence, its color darker than the darkest night. My men feel it too, even if it doesn't entirely reveal itself to them. They can't hear it whispering in their thoughts, beckoning. "Come, Asha, give into the sweetness of midnight." I push the voice aside, train my thoughts on my singular goal. I need to find Simon. But still, the darkness calls to me, an ever-present force in this strange forest, which doesn't bode well for what we're about to face. Something in my gut is warning me that this won't be like it was at the party. The blood mage here isn't about fun and games. He's about pain and suffering. Or I'm wrong, and it's just my imagination trying to frighten me. I don't know anything here. Just a rumor about someone seeing my brother here in the presence of dark magic. There's no way to be sure what we'll face inside, or even if there will be a trace of my brother. We cross the tree line onto the property, rushing to the southern wall of the mansion. We throw our back against it and regroup. Max and Braxton communicate through a series of hand gestures that neither Orson nor I understand, but can surmise the gist of. We're going through the window above our heads. It's darkened, and I can't tell what room it looks in on, but it's the only entry point not bathed in moonlight. If there is a blood mage hiding in the dark, at least they won't know we're coming in until we're already inside. Max retrieves a tool from his pack that looks like just the needle from a record player. He adheres a suction cup to the glass and affixes the slender tool. It swings around the cup, cutting a perfect circle out of the window. Max reaches his arm through it and undoes the latch. "I feel like I'm in a spy movie," Orson whispers. "I wish." "Ready?" asks Max. We nod. He lifts the window when we pour through it, crouching as we land in the dark. My shifter side allows me to move with the same grace the other guys possess. It also makes it easier to see in the dark. Things I'm really grateful for right now. We move through one room at a time, but nothing stands out. Each room is exactly what you'd expect to find in a creepy Gothic mansion. Dark red leather and white lace seem to decorate every room, along with long curtains that conceal huge windows. No one walks the rooms or the halls. There's not even the sense that people live here. But there is something else. Something I've never experienced before. It's like there's a force in the building, calling to the dark magic inside of me, whispering to it. I've felt a similar calling before, but not exactly. I don't like it. I don't understand it. The urge to turn around and leave flows through me. I'm playing with fire here, and I'm afraid I'm going to get burned. Braxton's gaze meets mine, and he runs a comforting hand down my arm, as if to remind me that I'm not here alone. It helps. I still have a deep, instinctual desire to run, but I fight against it. And I fight not to answer the call of whatever the hell is whispering to my magic. As we creep along the hallway, the hum of something noisy emanates from behind one of the doors. I'm drawn to it, unable to stop myself from falling out of formation and going to the door. Something in that room is important. Something in that room needs me. My hand lifts to the knob. Max's hand closes around mine. Our gazes meet. He shakes his head. I narrow my eyes. He tries to pull me away. I stand firm, my jaw tightening. Whatever's behind this door, I need to go to it. It's calling to me. I can't explain it. Maybe it's a mistake, but I have to do it. Jerking my hand away from him, I reach for the knob again. "Asha," he whispers. "There's something here. It's important." I whisper back. They all exchange a look. I want to tell them they can follow me or not, but I'm going. Yet I hold the words back. The door is there. The pulling. The feeling. This is important. I know it. I turn the knob, ignoring my men, praying I'm not making a mistake. The door peels back to reveal a strange device standing in the massive room's center. Large, boxy machines, like bulky server towers, flank metal pincers, generating a magic orb between them. The orb looks like a miniature black hole, perfectly black, encircled by a halo of white gold light thin as a single hair. My dark magic vibrates inside of me, answering the call of the magical orb, acknowledging it in a way that feels unnatural and yet like a puzzle piece sliding into an empty spot. I know what it is deep down, even if it seems impossible. The power source. It's real? This is the power source. It has to be. The boastful blood mage had told the truth to his dance floor partner. I can feel the energy given off by the orb, a hyper-concentrated ball of dark magic. I can't say for certain how far its signal reaches, but standing so close, its overwhelming power suggests a radius to encompass the country. Maybe the continent. or even the world. Wow. What the fuck is that? Asks Max. I look up into his eyes and see the orb's reflection in his gaze. The source of the dark magic. Just like the blood mage said. Max looks as shocked as I feel. The what now? Asks Braxton, his expression confused. But before we can answer, Orson says, Holy fuck! My head spins to him. He's staring at one area, eyes wide like he'd seen a ghost. What? I follow his gaze to see a man chained against a wall. A man I'd recognize anywhere. Simon! I cry, my heart aching with relief. Stumbling over loosely coiled cables that cover the floor, I hurry to my brother, joy and relief rushing through me as I fight back tears. He's chained up, wrists clamped and hoisted overhead, ankles fettered with chains bolted into the brick wall. He's beaten and bloody, his clothes tattered, his face pale and slick with cold sweat. But he's alive, his chest rising and falling like my hope these past few weeks. My men are suddenly there behind me as I stare, trying to remember how to breathe, how to move. Tears spill down my cheeks even though I know it's not yet time for them to fall. We need to free my brother and get as far from here as we can. Orson gives the chains a tug. Then he grabs hold of them, grunts and pulls, but he can't free them from the wall. Max and Braxton come to his aid, but even working together, my brother remains imprisoned. Put away the tears. Focus. Free him. Almost instinctively, my hands glow silver with magic, and I pry the links open with my fingers one by one. My magic courses through me like adrenaline. My brain still seems unable to process what my heart has accepted so quickly. Simon falls into my arms. Simon? There's no response. I squeeze him tighter, shaking his bony frame. Simon, wake up! It's me! You're safe! There's no movement. Desperate, I shake him even harder and raise my voice, if only by a little. It's Asha! Your sister! Your pack! I'm here! He stirs. His head lifts. It seems to take his eyes forever to open, and then they don't seem to focus on anything at all. Simon, it's Asha, it's your sister. I'm here. You're safe now. His gaze focuses on me. Asha? But I'm still not sure he's seeing me. I nod, tears gathering in my eyes. No. This is a trick, he whispers, as if to himself. My heart shatters and a sob builds in the back of my throat. It's not. I'm here, I promise. You're dead. Everyone's dead. A shudder rolls through his body. It's hard to breathe. Do you remember your garden? 1 year, you guarded over your pumpkins, hell-bent on having bigger pumpkins than Mrs. Olivia's. Everyone thought you were crazy, but I took turns watching them with you because I was sure old Bat would come by and break them the first chance she got. His gaze meets mine. Asha? I grasp his cheek and run my thumb across the marred surface of his skin. It's me. We've come here to free you and bring you back home. It hits him. I see it. His face crumbles and his eyes fill with tears. We embrace. Tears flow freely. I fit my arms around his skinny frame with ease. He's malnourished, weak, but alive. My brother is alive. Now, I say, making sure he's looking at me. Go. Run up the path. We have an SUV along the side of the road. Hide in there until we're done searching for other survivors and dealing with this bastard. His expression is grim. There are no other survivors. My gut turns. Are you sure? He nods. There's only me and you now. I blink away tears. Okay, then the plan only changes a little. You need to get out of here and... Simon looks at me like I'm mad.
I'm not going to run while you protect me.
Simon!
Asha, you're my sister.
His voice sounds stronger.
There's nothing out there for me. There's only you. We're all that's left.
Other pack members survived.
I'm not going anywhere.
And he sounds so sure. So much like my older brother that I just want to hug and squeeze him forever. Except I don't deserve it. But I left you when you needed me. I ran away and left you. He smiles, even though the smile is weary.
No, you didn't. You were always here with me. I never saw you die. So my hope that you survived kept me going in my darkest moments.
My eyes burn. I don't deserve you. The world doesn't deserve him. His eyes glisten.
Yes, you do.
But our reunion's cut short by a curious sound, like a gunshot heard through water. It barely registers before I'm thrown to the ground, ears ringing, skin warm with the tingling burn of magic. The blood mage. I roll onto my shoulder and see him. In the doorway, illuminated by the eerie light of the power source, stands a hefty blood mage. Dark hair, dark eyes, a huge frame. He looks like the stuff of nightmares, and his hands have already begun charging his next attack. I don't know if I can defeat him, but I don't have to. 3 wolves tackle the mage, sparing me a killing blow for the second time in a night as his magic explodes against the wall behind me. The mage curses, struggling to attack again, but they're everywhere. Furry wolves with sharp teeth and claws, capable of killing, but probably not this man. We need to get my brother to safety and deal with this asshole. I rush to my brother's side, seated against the wall as he tries plucking his hands from the cuffs.
I can't use magic with these damn things on,
he says. Hold on, I tell him. Let me finish the job. My hands charge with so much magic they become practically translucent. We both marvel at the sight, how we can see the bones glowing inside. Then I grip the metal of his cuffs and melt them down until they drip off his wrists. I repeat the process with his ankle fetters.
Let's kill this fucker,
he says, leveling a vicious stare on the blood mage. I want to tell him that he shouldn't, that he's weak, that he needs to run, but he's already launched into action, weak, unsteady, but determined. Simon was always determined. My mates dodge his magic attacks in their wolf form, then leap forward to nip at him, but it's just a stalling tactic. They can't keep this going for long. His magic strikes max, and he goes flying. I shoot my silver magic towards the mage, but it hits something invisible in front of him, something that turns black when my magic hits it, then grows translucent again. My stomach twists. Braxton leaps at the man again, hits the invisible wall, and is thrown back. A whimper slips from him when he hits the ground. He tries to stand but falls. Orson sniffs the air circling the man, a growl rolling from his throat. He tries to attack the man from behind, but he hits the invisible wall of dark magic more gently than Braxton and is thrown back into the wall. He rises to his feet on shaky legs, and a low growl rolls from his throat. The mage lifts a hand to Orson. "Wait!" I shout. The man regards me with complete and utter arrogance. "Brentley Cox, it's over. There's more of us than you. This is your chance to escape unharmed." I try not to let my voice waver. I try not to show him that I'm afraid he might beat us, but he can see right through me. He smiles.
"You have no idea who I am, do you?"
His gaze flicks to my brother, and I step in front of Simon, a chill rolling down my spine.
"I am the man who learned how to harness dark energy and turn it into something useful. Blood mages used to be nothing. Weak warlocks with useless powers, until I found dark magic. Then, not only did I make myself and my fellow blood mages powerful, I made all of you."
"Thanks," I tell him. My voice drips with venom. He laughs, seemingly unaware of just how much I hate him. How was I to know how weak of spirit all of you are? How incapable you are of ignoring the whispers of the dark magic. We blood mages have our ways of keeping control over it. But you could not be taught, no matter how hard we tried. It was then that we realized you were good for little more than amusement. So many of our other toys died quickly when we played too roughly. But not you. No, your kind could handle just about anything. His gaze meets Simon's. You could handle anything. No matter how much I hurt you, you survived. Is the problem your tiny dick? I ask. He jerks and looks at me. What? I take a step forward. Is this some tiny dick issue? Where your itty-bitty worm made you feel so bad about yourself that you have to hurt others to feel better? Rage flashes across his face. I'm not even going to kill you. I'm going to spend my lifetime playing with you. That's the difference between you and I. I am going to kill you. I say, my words low and dangerous. Then keeping the mage in sight, I whisper to Simon, Get behind the big black orb. I'm not going to leave you. I can't do what I need to do with you out in the open. Take your shots from the shadows. To my surprise, he limps over and ducks down. Max and Braxton have risen to their feet, but they look wounded. I have to try not to think about what bones might be bruised or broken, because my gaze is set on the man in front of me. A man I will use dark magic on, if I have to. If it's not enough. A ball of black energy comes shooting at me from his hand. I leap out of the way, and it crashes into the brick wall behind me, leaving a hole in its wake. Before I can strike back, another one comes flying at me. I have to roll across the floor to avoid it, but then there's another hole in the wall. Dust rises. I cough on it, but I'm on my feet again. Gathering my magic, my hand glows silver, and I attack. It hits his invisible wall, and I feel my magic worming its way in. Silver light flows from me to him, and his shocked expression is brightened by my magic. How did you do that? That's not dark magic. What the hell is that? I'm slicing through his shield. I'll reach him soon, but he doesn't seem to notice. Nor does he care that my men are circling him. His gaze is fixed on me.
They said beyond the darkness.
Somewhere through the orb was a different kind of magic. A more powerful magic. Where did you find it? I'm trying not to let his words distract me too much from what I'm doing, but I say, You'll never know. Someone like you isn't capable of it. His face hardens. I'm going to capture you, and I'm going to figure it out. No matter how many torturous years it takes. I feel my magic slice through the shield, but he's lifted his arm to block it. My magic flows into the darkness that covers his palm like sickly shadows. I press harder, pushing my magic into him, but he seems to keep it at bay with ease. How do you do that? Simon asks from where he's crouched. That magic doesn't feel like the sick stuff they created inside of us. Sweat beads my forehead. You think of goodness and light. You think of your family and your pack. You think about the moments of your life that you cherish, that bring a smile to your lips. And you think about protecting all of that, not killing. As I speak, my magic grows brighter and brighter, and I see fear in the blood mage's eyes for the first time. He attacks, balls of shadows flying toward me. I use my free hand to explode them with my light. Dark ribbons flutter to the floor and vanish. Already I'm breathing hard. It's not that I'm more powerful than him. It's more that we're evenly matched. But that he's playing a game with fewer rules. I have people in the room to protect. I don't want to give into the dark magic if I don't have to. This man is willing to do whatever it takes to win. The road I'm on is harder and longer, but hopefully I can make it. My men circle, growling at the blood mage, but they're smart enough not to attack his shield. having realized that doing so will only bring them pain. I want to tell them to go, to leave me to deal with this man because I'm afraid he'll turn his magic onto them, but he seems not to care the least bit about my wolves. His attacks grow faster and stronger. The wall behind me is gone. The room beyond that is a burning mass of furniture. I'm breathing hard. My body is shaking. I switch up my attack, slinging silver magic at the man, trying to throw him off his game or make him drop his shield while he defends against me, but nothing seems to be working. What were you thinking?
You barely understand this magic.
You barely know what you're doing. Did you really think you could defeat him?
I remember you,
he says slowly, almost as if realization is hitting him.
You were so cocky when we first strapped you down to that bed, swearing you'd never beg, swearing you'd never scream. But you did, didn't you? Before too long, you were screaming like the rest of them.
My throat feels tight. I study him, trying to remember those dark days. There was so much pain. So many knives, shots, and even IVs when they were experimenting on us. The faces of my captors faded away under their instruments of torture. They became sources of pain, and not people. But is this man familiar? Do I recognize his face? His magic hits me, and the air knocks from my lungs as I go flying back. I hit the ground on the floor of the room behind me and wheeze in breaths. My ribs feel like they're cracked. My body feels like it's been electrocuted and beaten to a pulp all at once. I roll to my side and nearly throw up. My head is still spinning when I make it to my knees. I try to get to my feet, but fall every time I try. I need to get up. I need to fight. Asha! My brother's terrified voice makes me look in his direction. Everything is swimming, but I can see the blood mage coming toward me, stalking past my brother. There are holes in his magical shield. The edges shimmer around him, bright spaces in the air. He lifts a hand toward me, a grin slipping over his lips. Braxton leaps at him, somehow making it through one of the holes. His teeth bite into the flesh of the blood mage's hand, and he screams. His free hand glows with dark magic, and he pounds his fist into Braxton. Braxton falls limp at his feet, and the blood mage steps over him. I rise to my feet.
My brother, Max, Braxton, Orson, my pack, my home.
It's hard to drag in a full breath, but I feel my magic coursing through me. I throw a ball of silver light at the mage, but he lifts his bloody hand and darkness quenches the light. There's barely a second to think when another ball of darkness hits me and I slam back. I can't do this. I can't get up. Everything hurts. I taste blood. The blood mage shouts.
Max and Orson are there biting through the holes in his shield. He screams as Max clamps down on his side, but the blood mage's fist pounds into him, knocking the wolf onto the ground.
Orson is struck by a ball of black light, flies back and lies, crumpled against the wall. They look like they're breathing, but none of my men get up. I struggle to my feet as the blood mage looms closer. Behind him, Simon steps out of the safety of the contraption holding the dark orb. His fists glows a light blue that's just a few shades darker than my silver light. I want to tell him to stop, to run, but I can't find the strength. He lifts his hand, and pale blue magic strikes the blood mage. The blood mage falls to his knees, then rises again, dark shadows swimming around him. Fury twists his face, and he slowly turns to face my brother. I tap into my magic and reach my hand out. My brother, Max, Braxton, Orson, my pack, my home. This is all for them. When this is done, we'll be free. My magic strikes like a ruthless river of magic, weaving with Simon's. Our magic joins together in a blinding flash of lightning that casts the mage against the wall. His body breaks against the bricks with an unsettling cracking sound, and then he slumps into the mess of wires on the floor. He's not so powerful without his magic. This time, he doesn't get up, but my men slowly do. They limp toward him, and Simon and I draw closer. The wolves, wary of one final attack, crowd around the mage and bare their teeth. Simon and I approach to confirm our kill. The blood mage's eyes flutter. I hear the arrhythmic drumbeat of his waning heart.
"All I ever wanted," he rasps, "was to create something stronger than me. Something the world has never seen."
And slap a collar on it. Simon spits, looking tired but strong. The mage grins, but his expression sours quickly. Blood seeps from the corner of his mouth.
"Your worthless pack spoiled it."
"You're the one who's worthless," Simon corrects, before dealing his captor a killing blow. A bolt of bright blue magic fires into the sadist's skull. It cooks his brain, the rancid odor spilling from his ears with gray smoke. Is it really over? A strange sound, like an overloaded laundry machine, sounds, and the room begins to shake. I look down at the mage, wondering if he's doing this, and then turn to look at the machine. Somewhere during the fight, we'd broken several of the metal things surrounding the black orb. It was on its side in the air, shaking, shrinking and expanding. That can't be good. Simon looks back at the machine and the magic suspended between the pincers. "We have to destroy it," he says softly. "It's the only way to stop the dark magic from pouring into this world. If we destroy it, we'll all be free from its pull." Is that true? Can that really free us from dark magic? Simon looks back at my mates, having shifted back into their human forms. They gather up their clothes to redress as Simon commands, "Go." Go? I feel confused. "You're coming with us." He smiles, but it looks strained as he takes my hand. "I will. I just have to destroy the terrible machine first, and I can't do it with you here." "Why not?" I squeeze his hand. "Simon." "Go, Asha. This is something only I can do. I've seen them restore themselves using the orb. I know how it works. But if you're here, it will distract me, and I need absolute focus, okay?" I nod reluctantly. My head hurts. My whole body hurts. And it's hard to breathe. But something feels wrong. "Go. Go now. Get as far as you can." I convey my alarm with a look of urgency, but he assuages my fear with a smile. "Just so you're out of reach of its influence." Out of its reach? But you'll be safe? He touches my cheek. "I love you. I promise we'll be together." My men have been watching my brother and I. When my brother's gaze meets theirs, a silent understanding seems to pass between them that I can't figure out. "Come on, Asha," Max says, steering me toward the door. "Hurry, as far as you can go," Simon says, emphasizing each word in a tired voice. We obey, racing from the mansion as quickly as we can manage, back down the dirt path toward the main road. As we reach the car, I feel a tremor beneath my feet. There's a warm bloom of heat at my back, and I see our shadows cast against the pavement, traced in a terrible orange light. An impossibly loud sound comes, so loud that it swallows all other sounds. I spin around to see the mansion ripped apart by an enormous explosion. The dark magic permeating the air evaporates, but so, too, does my hope. Simon's dead. Chapter 19. Asha. I react without thought, hurtling back towards the rubble as fast as my legs can propel me while each breath burns through my aching lungs and my body shakes. When I reach the mansion, it's nothing but a heap of wood and brick and glass and concrete with little fires burning all around it. Impossible. No one could have survived. I start digging through it. My fingers burn. My body protests.
Asha,
Max says softly behind me.
it's not possible that he...
I need to look for him. I end the words on a sob. A hand squeezes my shoulder. I look up into Braxton's solemn face.
Rest. We'll search.
No. I shake my head and continue, although I'm getting nowhere. 1 brick at a time when there's 1,000 bricks isn't going to even make a dent in this mess.
The chances of him surviving are...
Braxton cuts off Orson.
Not great.
I don't care, I say, which is when I realize I'm crying. Glancing through my tears at the mess, I realize I need to do 2 things. Switch to the area the room was for my searching, which is the most likely place I'll find him, and somehow dig deep and use my magic to search. Doing it this way will lead to nothing. I rise, and my legs nearly give out. My ribs send shots of pain burning through me, and I wrap an arm around my chest as I look out over the mess. Trying to picture the mansion, I shift and move around until I come to the place the orb had been. I think. Then I call my magic to me. It answers. Slowly. Sluggishly. And I swear to it that we'll rest when this is done. This final thing. I start whipping silver magic like sonic blasts against the debris, flinging bits of destroyed mansion into the surrounding woods. My gaze is fixed on what I'm doing, so I don't accidentally hurt my brother in the process. Simon is under there somewhere, and I'm going to get him out. I feel the sympathetic stares of my mates as they watch my futile efforts. They're all hurt. None of them believe my brother is alive. I understand. I don't ask them for more. They've already done enough. But then Orson joins the hunt, and the brothers follow suit, digging into the heap for my brother. For men who don't believe in my cause, they don't show it. They work quickly and quietly, focused on their task. We all work in silence. Bricks and pieces of roof are tossed aside, along with concrete and wood, but there's still no sign of him. Not even a whisper that he was ever here. He's like a ghost. My heart aches. Even if he's dead, I can't leave him here. Every second he stays trapped in the remains of this mansion is another tragedy stacked atop the mountain of tragedies. If he's dead, he deserves to be laid to rest. In his home. Not in this awful place that hurt him so much. But what if he isn't dead? The thought spurs me to move quicker. If he's alive, time is of the essence. He could be under this mess, just waiting to be saved. Maybe even wondering if I'm coming for him. Where is he? I won't leave without him. Simon! I call, staring out over the rubble, hoping to hear him call back to me. Simon! God damn it! Simon, call out to me! I scream with every magical serve I hurl at the rubble. My voice is hoarse, but the scratching pain in my throat doesn't deter me. I push on, drawing from every cell of my being to continue the search. Please, I beg, please let him be alive. I don't know who I give this prayer to, only that I pour my soul into it. My powers begin to fade. The light growing duller until no magic leaves my fingertips. Tears are flowing down my cheeks. My shoulders shake. I have to keep going. With or without my magic. Alive or dead. I have to keep going.
Asha,
Max says. Not yet, I plead. Just not yet. The mood is somber, but we all keep digging. Breathing hard. Slow. The cold of the night closing in around us. Simon! I call again. Simon, I'm here, please, I'm here! I pull off more bricks in front of me, then freeze when an arm appears. Disbelief and happiness flow through me, and I'm sobbing uncontrollably as I remove one piece at a time until his entire torso and face are revealed. There he lies, mangled but whole. Except His eyes are closed, and his chest isn't moving. He's covered in a white pall of dust, looking grotesquely angelic. It can't be. The hurt slams into my heart. No! I push the grief aside and take my brother up in my arms. The others drift over to me and I feel their hands on my shoulders. I think to bat away their pity, but instead I focus on Simon, my brother, who has been through so much hurt and suffering. My brother, who was always my best friend. He deserves better than this. He deserves a life of happiness and peace. It's not time for it to end yet. Then, something happens. I feel it in my arms, like they'd fallen asleep and are now being prodded with a million pins and needles. They start to glow, a light that steadily creeps across Simon's body. I look down, and I feel it. It's my magic, only softer. Brighter. I don't understand it. I don't know how it's coming for me when I thought I had nothing left to give. And why? Why now? Then my brother flinches. It's a subtle motion of his brow at first, and then he begins tugging his legs up from the rubble. He's alive. My brother's alive. Only he can't get his legs free from what's left on top of him. "Let's help him," says Max, and the three of them clear away the bricks that cover Simon's limbs. I bring him into an upright position and wrap my arms around him. "Breathe, Simon," I whisper. He gasps. His body shakes with a coughing fit until he can draw a lungful of air. Then he encloses me in his arms. "Asha," he says weakly. "Yes, I'm here. I'm always here." We hold each other for what feels like a lifetime, before the cold of the night seems to seep in once more, and I remember that my brother needs to be cared for. We all need to heal, and we can't do that here. I look at my men. He's okay. He's going to be okay. My brother's alive. He's free. And we're back together. "That was incredible," Orson says, taking a seat on the remnants of a wall. You brought him back from the dead." "How?" asks Braxton, equally as astonished. I shake my head. I don't know what happened. I try to understand the event, break it down in my head, but I come up short. It was simply magic. Max and Braxton complete a circle around us, and the gravity of the moment sinks in. It's over. It's fucking over. The evil reign of the blood mages is at an end. Simon saw to that. I have my brother back, and though he's in rough shape, he'll recover. My mates made it through, stuck by my side despite the dangers of our journey. In this silence, there's a strange sense of, what now? The mission consumed our lives just as the blood mages did Simon's. But now that both are at an end, it's almost as if we don't know what to do with ourselves. Addressing the elephant, Braxton says, "What should we do?" "Heal and then celebrate, I imagine," replies Orson without hesitation. "That's a good start," says Max. "But then what?" asks Braxton. Orson takes a breath and releases it slowly. "Our dream. The pack. Our house. Our family." "Family," Simon whispers against me. "Sounds nice, right?" I say to him. In the rubble of the exploded mansion, the five of us resurrect our dream, which now no longer feels like a dream, but transmutes into something more tangible. A plan. While we all make plans, I wonder in the back of my head if they'll work out just as we imagine them. Will we get to live in happiness? Chapter 20. Asha. 1 year later. Wind streams through my fur as the forest blurs into a brilliant collage of greens in my periphery. The pads of my paws enjoy the sodden earth beneath them, and my nose delights in the fragrance of the woods after the rain. The sky has cleared, but droplets still decorate the leaves and glisten in the sunlight shafting down from the canopy. I pick up speed, racing through the underbrush, weaving between tree trunks with grace, letting my wolf roam freely. I run until my body feels electric, until the endorphin high floods my brain. When I stop, I scent the familiar potpourri that joins together all the aromas of my home. Home. It's still hard to believe it's real. My fur shrinks back into my skin, paws rearranging themselves into hands and feet. An instant later, I'm back in human form. Grasping my clothes, which had been tossed on a tree branch nearby, I dress. Then my legs carry me back to the dirt path that leads into town. When I emerge from the woods, I'm shocked by the undiminished awe I experience at the sight of it. Home looks handsome with its new constructions, houses and storefronts lining Main Street, specially built by and for the blood pack. As I mosey along the sidewalk, I'm greeted by a series of warm smiles, the contented expressions of my packmates in their new lives. Though it may look so much like our old life, as though we've restored our town to the brick, it is decidedly a new one. In the air hangs the ghosts of our past, not as a haunting, but as a reminder. I feel them surround me as I approach the statue in the center of town. From the melted metal of our demolished homes, we constructed a memorial. Wolves meld together in a bronze tongue of flame. Imprinted around the marble base are the names of our fallen. Kneeling beside the monument, my fingers trace the letters that form two important names to me. Those of my mother and my sister. I miss you, I whisper. The words thread my breath, which follows the curves of the statue into the sky as a prayer to the fallen. The ancestors, who we all one day join. A wet, slobbery tongue lashes across my cheek. I take Trouble's head in my hands and give him a good rub. "Good morning, Trouble," I say. "Are you enjoying yourself today?" He responds with another round of face licks. I laugh. "That's good to hear. I am too." A frisbee soars past and Trouble launches himself after it. A child, a survivor of the initial attack whose parents perished, occupies Trouble with a grin carved ear to ear. We are one family now, caring for each other as siblings, parents, children, without walls. We leave our doors unlocked, but remain vigilant as ever. To ensure no tragedy ever befalls our community again, we've developed a guard system in which everyone participates. The enforcers, after learning that our connection to dark magic had been severed, had given us their blessing and a promise to watch over us. But we politely refused their offer of assistance, choosing instead to live self-sufficiently. Allies, not watchmen. I continue on my meandering route home, making a pit stop at Simon's place down the block. He lives in a row house between two women about his age. This setup has yielded endless jokes, innuendos, and outright encouragement from my men, who pester my brother about settling down with a mate of his own.
Perhaps taking multiple mates runs in the family,
Braxton has suggested on a few occasions. Orson offers to write love letters for him, while Max mostly snickers while watching Simon interact with his neighbors. Admittedly, Simon is a little awkward around them, but I have faith that, in time, fate will guide him and the woman he's meant to be with together. Or women. Hell, maybe it does run in the family. I rise the 4 steps to the front door and rap my knuckles against it. "Come in," he calls out from the other side. Shoving the door open, I find him lounging in his sunroom at the far end of the hall.
"You know you don't have to knock, right?"
I cross to the sunroom and reply, "I don't want to drop in when you might be entertaining." I roll my eyes to either side to indicate the 2 pretty girls living next doors. He blushes and shuts the book in his hands. "Asha!" I throw my hands up. "I'm not here to pester you like one of the guys." He shakes his head. "Actually, I was going to say how much I like that you just drop in. I miss it when you and the guys are on missions." He smiles. I smile. It's really nice. "I love you, Simon. I love you too, sis." Everything good? He takes a beat, appraises his frame of mind. Simon's changed from the fun-loving rascal he was in his youth. His enslavement at the hands of the blood mages no doubt altered his personality, but he's still Simon. Still my same brother. And while he's a little quieter, a little withdrawn, he's not out of reach. And he's adjusted well to our new life. Yeah, he says. Everything's good. Good. You? Also good. Good. Sometimes it's the simple exchanges between siblings that mean the most. All right, I say. I just wanted to say hi. I need a shower after my morning run, but I'll see you tonight for dinner. He winks and shoots a finger gun. I'll be there. When I finally pull up to my own house, with its towering willow in the front yard, I find my men working together to set up a tire swing. Bit early for that, don't you think? I say. Well, says Max, we don't want to be unprepared. Besides, says Braxton, Max promised me the first ride. He did call dibs, Orson confirms. They break out in laughter. I saunter toward the porch and they all turn their heads to watch. Well, I'm just going to hop in the shower now. You know, I think I could use one myself, says Max, following after me. Hell, I've been working up a sweat myself, Braxton says, hustling towards the door. Hey, nobody knows how to lather Ash's hair better than I do, says Orson. Suddenly, with a shriek, I'm swept off my feet and being carried in the arms of 3 gorgeous shifters. My mates, my lovers, up the stairs of our home, our sanctuary, our happily ever after. This has been Moon Oath, Revenge of the Blood Pack, Book 3. Written by Lacey Carter Anderson. Narrated by Vin. Copyright 2024 by Lacey Carter Anderson. Production copyright by Lacey Carter Anderson.